velocity, somewhere between 100 and 200 miles an hour. And so, it's like anything. If you were to drop a heavy piece of metal out of an airplane, you definitely don't want to get hit by it. But odds are it lands harmlessly and nobody gets hurt. So some more chats here. Fractal, thank you for the $5. He says China is so irresponsible with their rocket launches. This has happened many times. So I will say this with China. China does have more of a habit of dropping stages, sometimes on near villages that they have as they launch rockets. It's like anything. There's a different culture and a different propensity for how much risk they're willing to put people through. It is better, if you can, to try to deorbit these pieces so you don't have these uncontrolled reentries. If for nothing else, not to make people worry, right? And I do hope in the future that we see more intentional deorbiting take place instead of just kind of letting it drop wherever. I-24, IZ only, thank you very much for the chat. Is it on pace to hit the United States? I'm not ready for my test until Monday. So there is a slight chance it could make it to the United States. I think in the latest estimates, it's less likely to be in North America. I think it would have to stay in space till kind of early in the morning, kind of 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. time period. So unfortunately, your best option is probably going to be to study for that test. Thank you for Sarah Rodriguez. Thank you for the chat. Thank you for the coverage. You are an excellent host. Have you thought of making YouTube videos explaining things related to space? I really do appreciate hearing that. Who knows? Maybe at some point I might do some. Amasha Shah-Roki, thank you very much for the $10. He says, fun fact, it's the same thing with tornadoes. They don't just avoid big cities. Common myth I've heard. There's just way more open land that gets hit, often more than major cities. Happy face. And that is absolutely dead on. Kind of funny story, I actually do some tornado chasing as well. And I've gone and seen 3 tornadoes so far. And lucky, just by total luck, most of the time, there's so much space out there that's open farmland, fields, unowned land, government-owned land. There's just a ton of empty space out there, and people are kind of protected by not being everywhere, and so that's a good thing. Let's see here. Masha Sharoki, thank you for the $5. Alyssa Gyron, thank you for the $5. Missouri, thank you for the $4.99. Is there anyone on the rocket? So this is an empty core stage from the Long March 5B that carried the unoccupied Chinese space station to orbit. There is nobody on the rocket, so no hazard to anybody on the rocket. Luna R, thank you for the $4.99 as well. If it does hit land and in a big city, what do you think the damage would be? So it depends on the size of the pieces. If a piece is very light, let's say 1 or 2 pounds, then most likely it just lands harmlessly on a roof, right? Even if it lands on a house, it just lands on the roof, clunk. That's the damage, clunk. Maybe it makes a little dent in the roof. As pieces get larger, they could start to kind of going through the ceiling. And if it lands on a car or something, it could cause some damage on the ground. But it's not going to land and then explode like a bomb or anything. It's not like a movie scenario. It's more like you can think of it as dropping a piece of metal out of an airplane. You definitely don't want to have anything you own underneath the piece of metal that's falling. But the damage would most likely be minimal. So that's a good thing. So thank you very much for that question. So continue to scroll through here for questions. Obviously, if you have you want a question answered right away, feel free to drop a super chat. We really appreciate the support, and we'll get to it kind of sooner. Going to just kind of scroll through some other questions going on here. And as you can see from just a quick update, you can see from the ground track, this core stage is getting ready to pass over Morocco and kind of the northwestern portion of Africa. And then after that, we'll be passing over to Italy. Now, it does not mean it's going to necessarily come down on any of those areas, but it just means that it's going to be passing overhead in orbit. And of course, you certainly couldn't rule out an entry even a little bit early. You just never know. What do the red dots stand for? So these are just various kind of ground locations. They're basically ground-to-air observation sites. Would planes flying across the reentry zone be notified by air traffic control? So as of right now, I'm not aware of what the procedures would be for that. Um, if you were flying an airplane near this ground track, sometimes there are countries will issue NOTAMs or notice to airmen that, hey, there could be a reentry somewhere along this point. I'm not sure if there's a formal process to notify planes. It certainly would probably be a good idea too, just in case. Very low chance of a problem, but better be safe than sorry, right? Delaney Bus, thank you for the $5. Here me put let's place bets. What do you think it will land based on how fast it is? Oh boy, so I really don't know. It's anybody's guess. I will say this: it will land somewhere along or very close to the red ground track over time. But I certainly don't claim to know exactly where it would land. My bet would be on the ocean, right? Just statistically covering more more ground. What is the reason for the failure? So it's not really clear yet. There was some kind of odd translation situation going on during the Chinese webcast. It's not clear if the Chinese intended to deorbit the rocket and failed, had some sort of technical issue that maybe prevented the core stage from restarting again and deorbiting safely, or whether they just didn't try to deorbit it. I haven't seen kind of definitive answer on that either way. You'd hope in the future that this won't happen again, right? And that there will be kind of better planning or better implementation so that this doesn't happen again. But I don't know is the answer, and I do hope that over time, the Chinese government makes an effort so that people don't have to worry about these sorts of situations. Soliton 1961 said, thank you for the $5. Says, thank you for the interesting commentary. Well, thank you. I really appreciate the support. Every little bit helps when we're covering these sorts of situations, whether it's space launches that are also covered on this channel and landings. We cover a lot of the Starship launches and landings here on this channel. And it's exciting to talk about this interesting event in space that's going on right now. What is the estimated time of hitting the ground? Is this session going live? If yes, estimated time on the screen is valid. Yeah, so the estimated time on the screen is the best estimate right now that we have as to when it could re-enter. Now, this has some uncertainty. It could re-enter sooner. It could re-enter later. This rocket stage is tumbling about 12 times every minute, end over end. And in fact, if you were to see this, even just lit up by the sun right now, you might see the brightness vary. It may kind of get brighter, then get dimmer, then get brighter, then get dimmer as it's tumbling end over end. But because of all these factors, it's very difficult to have the exact time of reentry. This is sort of the best guess right now of what's going on. And how will we know when it's landed? At a certain point, there'll be a radar update where it's no longer on the radar and it'll be missing, right? And that will tell us definitively that, okay, it's gone, it must have re-entered. And based on the ground track of where that is, where that was predicted to pass, and when between the two updates, we would know that, okay, between this area and this area is likely to re-entered. But the fastest way we'd probably know is actually somebody jumps on Twitter or jumps on live chat here or jumps, and lets us know that, hey, look, I have video of it re-entering. Or pictures of a re-entering. That would be the kind of the quickest way for us to know what's going on. So just kind of scrolling through questions here. But yeah, the important part to remember with any of this is definitely nothing to worry about. Don't lose any sleep over this. Don't stress out over it. The odds that that it would be a problem for you as a person are just so tiny that it's almost unbelievable. Far more likely to get hit by lightning or slip going to the sink to get a glass of water or something like that. Far bigger hazard. So worry more about those things would be my advice. So as you can see from the ground track, it's currently passing over kind of northern Algeria right now. Going to be going over the Mediterranean Sea. and they're going to then be passing over the southern tip of Italy before entering over Greece. Now, not necessarily re-entering in any of those places, but if you happen to be in those places, go outside, take a look, see if you see anything exciting. If you do happen to see it, it would be quite a show, a bunch of fireballs if it is re-entering. Otherwise, you may or may not be able to see anything. It's pretty dark skies right now. Humpy, thank you for the donation. Is this passing over the Suez Canal, and would any of the debris be large enough to block it? So it is not going to be passing over the Suez Canal, at least not on this orbit. And the pieces are not going to be that large. So the largest, this whole core stage of this Long March 5B rocket is about 100 feet, from end to end, and it's roughly about 16 feet wide. Now, the pieces that land will not even be anywhere near that size because they're going to break up and slow down as they re-enter the atmosphere. And so definitely no threat to the Suez Canal or any other canal for that matter. So that's a good thing. X Black Mermaid X, thank you very much for the donation. Is it possible they attached a bomb and ready for World War III? What are the chances? LOL, I'm stressed. So no chances of a bomb being on there. If there was a bomb on there, the reentry forces and high temperatures of the plasma would likely detonate it safely high in the atmosphere. But I don't think anybody's looking to start a war here. Just like anything, you launch the space station up, which in this case the Chinese did, and this is just sort of the vehicle that put it up there. And so it's certainly not a World War III situation. Fortunately, everything's good. Here's a question from Vonnie. Does China know where it will hit? And the answer is China does not know either. China is working with the same sorts of data. They have their own, radars that they use. They probably also, to some degree, share or borrow some data from the U.S., publicly released radar data about where this thing is. They don't know where it's going to land any better than we do, and that's just due to the uncertainty over how much expanded the Earth's atmosphere is. It varies based on day and night. It varies based on the current space weather environment, and also you have this stage that's tumbling. So it's very difficult to simulate precisely where this thing is going to come down. You can only kind of get a best guess based on what the radar data is. So here's an update from somebody near Barcelona. Says, I'm not able to see anything from Barcelona, so no reentry at the moment. Thank you for that live update there. And of course, for those wondering, anywhere within that kind of gray disk that you're looking at would be potential place where you could see this thing if it was reentering. If you were on the edge of the disk, you would see this reentering way on the very low horizon. If you're in the center of the disk, it would be dead overhead, reentering above you. And if you're anywhere kind of in between the middle, it would be maybe halfway up, roughly, just depending on how far you are from the edge of the disk, from the center of where this thing is. Poopy Parker 2515, thank you for the donation. Really appreciate it. The red dots represent ground-to-air observation sites. So that's the meaning of the red dots that you're looking at it. And just got an update. We're going to get another commentator jumping on with me here for a bit. So appreciate that. Karaoke Vic, thank you for the $5 donation. Do you think this will hit Elon when he is on SNL talking about Dogecoin? I don't think so. It's looking more and more likely that the reentry will be, a little bit earlier than before it gets to the United States. So I don't think we're going to have an interruption to Elon's SNL broadcast. So good news there. Here's a question: how far up is it flying? So this varies depending on whether it's at the high point or the low point of the orbit. Currently, I'm seeing an altitude of 200.9 kilometers. But this varies. This will go up and down as this object orbits the Earth every 90 minutes. There's a high point in orbit called apoapsis, a low point in orbit called periapsis, also called apogee or perigee. And even in normal orbit for normal satellites, you have a high point and a low point to the orbit. Somebody asked, is this the largest segment launched towards the space station? So this is actually not part of the International Space Station. This is actually a Chinese specific space station that was launched by this core stage. And what we're going to see re-enter here in the next couple of hours is the core stage, basically the launch vehicle that actually carried out this part of the Chinese space station. The actual Chinese space station module that got launched is the first of at least 3 large modules that will ultimately be joined together, and then Chinese taikonauts will inhabit this space station for at least the next couple of years, is my understanding. Question, can it kill people? Very, very, very unlikely to kill anybody. It'd be kind of like getting struck by lightning, right? And this is a similar sort of situation to that, where, number one, it has to land over land. Number two, it has to land somewhere, over where there's people. And they really just have to have terrible luck. It's kind of like anything. You can get killed even by a meteor from space, which, they occasionally fall. So it's very, very unlikely that anybody gets killed from this or injured or hit. Odds are this thing comes down, it makes a light show that maybe somebody's able to see or record, but very unlikely to cause any injuries. PPPPOO, thank you very much for the donation. Appreciate it. Monica Swan, thank you for the $5. She says, thank you for your service. Well, thank you for helping support the work that we do here. Definitely appreciate that. So here's a question. Is this developed highly tech world? Why are we not able to destroy it before it hits the ground? Any such devices available in the first place? So the answer is yes, there are anti-satellite missiles that a number of countries have. I think the US has them. I think China has them. I believe India may have them as well. Perhaps a few other nations. The answer is you don't want to shoot it down while it's in space, because when it explodes, some of those pieces actually, most of them re-enter, but some of them actually go to a higher orbit where they can pose a potential threat to astronauts, either flying on Crew Dragon or flying on Soyuz or flying on the International Space Station, or also damage other satellites. So in order to prevent the problem of space debris from actually getting worse, you really don't want to shoot them down. And there's kind of a calculation that goes into this. The military looks at it and says, well, what's the actual odds that somebody gets hurt? And the odds are so low that any one person gets hurt at all, and even lower that it ends up actually being a threat to your country. That there's just really no reason, to create a threat for astronauts in space or other satellites by shooting it down. Yvette Lawrence, thank you for the $4.99. Asks, what is the altitude at re-entry? And the answer is the altitude of re-entry, generally, the answer is it varies. Generally, the entry interface is around, 50 miles high. But it's a little bit of a fuzzy distinction. So continuing to kind of monitor the situation, currently basically the core stage is really getting close to Turkmenistan. It will then pass over Afghanistan, Pakistan, and over the Himalayas, almost directly over the Himalayas, Nepal. So very interesting trajectory. I'm just reading an update here. Okay, nothing too crazy there. So basically, here's what we know at this point. We know that this core stage will re-enter somewhere along the red ground track, either right at it or adjacent to it. We don't know yet exactly when it's going to come down. There's an estimate of it being about 2 hours until re-entry. There's can always come down a little bit sooner or a little bit later. We don't really know exactly when it's going to come down. Everyday Fools, thank you for the $19.99 donation. Really appreciate that. He says, "Buy safe BTC, everyone." So really appreciate that donation there. Jess S, thank you for the $4.99. Says, sorry if this was asked already, but what are the red dots on the map? Yeah, so the red dots on the map are basically ground observation stations. So no huge significance to what's going on, just places where people are likely to observe it. And so how will we know when this thing re-enters? At some point when there's a radar update, we will no longer see, we will no longer basically see, it on the radar anymore, and that will tell us that it has come down. More likely, if it does happen to go down over land, we might see some stuff on social media. We might see some pictures or some videos of it, a bunch of fireballs coming down, and that would be the indication that it has come down. Masha Sharoki, hopefully I said your name correctly. Thank you very much for the $5. He says, so once it re-enters, it's going to slow down a lot and fall within 5 to 20 minutes. So where it re-enters, it will be close to the area that it falls in. The answer is yes. So it's going to go through this rapid deceleration from roughly 17,000 miles an hour down to roughly 1 to 200 miles an hour over a kind of a 5 to 20 minute period. So from the moment it re-enters, those pieces will likely end up somewhere along or near the ground track. A lot of it depends on which way the local winds are blowing at different altitudes, whether it's falling through a jet stream or not. Sometimes jet streams can be 1 to 300 miles an hour, right? So if it happens to fall down through a jet stream, it can move some of the pieces, in particular the lighter pieces, a lot further than the heavier pieces. But at some point when it comes down, it will be somewhere, it will create a strewn field, kind of an elliptical shaped ellipse on the ground, with the heaviest pieces furthest along the red line and the lighter pieces kind of not as far along the red line. And depending on the local winds, the distribution of those pieces will really be dependent on those factors. And it makes sense. The heavier pieces are going to keep more of the speed longer and travel further downrange than the lighter pieces, which are going to kind of slow down faster and kind of fall closer to the reentry point where it starts to reenter. Zoro Roanoa, thank you very much for the donation. Says the rocket will fall in Brazil. Well, we don't know that, but who knows? We'll see what happens here. Somebody asking, are there astronauts inside? If so, how many? Fortunately, this is an uncontrolled re-entry, so there are no astronauts on board. Everyone is safe. Nobody's in any imminent harm at this point on this stage. And for those of you who are wondering, what is this thing? It is basically the core stage of a Long March 5 rocket that is basically in orbit around the Earth right now, and is gradually being pulled in by the atmosphere. With every orbit it takes, it's seeing more and more drag, and it gets lower and lower in orbit. Somebody saying, please fall in the water. Yep, that's the hope. That's the safest possible outcome, is that all the pieces just end up in the ocean and ends up being an artificial reef. Here's a good question. Sam says, can anyone explain to me how an asteroid can be so destructive, but this 20-ton rocket will cost so little? I'm genuinely curious. Yeah, a lot has to do with the fact that, that this is a much lower speed. So typically when you have asteroids or meteorites come in, they're traveling, 20,000 to 40,000 miles an hour, sometimes up to 60,000 miles an hour. Whereas this current speed is at 17,000 miles an hour. The other thing is that even though this is a big object, it's around 22 tons or so, it's a very large object. So it's about 100 feet long, about 16 feet across. So it doesn't have a lot of weight in proportion to its size. So all things equal, it will slow down a lot more than a dense asteroid or meteorite that's coming in at far higher speed. And the amount of energy in any object that's moving is kind of determined by a physics equation. And it's called the kinetic energy equation. And it basically, the amount of energy in it is equal to 1/2 the mass of the object times the velocity squared. So when you have these asteroids come in, it seems like, well, they're only maybe twice as fast, right? If it's at 40,000 miles an hour. But the actual amount of energy is 4 times as great. So twice the amount of speed, 4 times the amount of energy. So that's why often these objects can carry a lot more energy. than something of similar mass that's a rocket stage. So denser object, higher speed to begin with, and even so, most asteroids and meteorites that come in break up, slow down, and enter into dark flight, just like this rocket stage will. So it takes a really, really big object to actually come in and cause significant damage, way more than 20 tons or so. Often these objects that actually cause damage, way more than that. USRB1N, thank you very much for the donation. Says next pass will be approximately over my home. Skies are clear. Do I have any chance to spot it without any other equipment? So the answer is yes. If it's getting close to your home, go outside, try to take a look, and you may actually see something. Especially if it does happen to re-enter, you would see a bunch of fireballs. If not, and if it's still night where you are, I don't know exactly where you are, but if it is still night where you are, and if it's near the day-night terminator, you might be able to actually see it just as a satellite, just as a bright object, like looks like a star, kind of, smoothly moving through the night sky. So yeah, definitely take a look. Just kind of reading some updates here. One moment. Okay, just get an update there. Looks like another commenter will be joining us a little bit later here. So once again, Everyday Fools, thank you for the chat. It says bye, safe BTC, everyone. So here's a question: can it hit some aircraft? There's always a chance of that. Now, as I kind of mentioned earlier, you'd hope that the local, airspace authorities would issue something called a NOTAM, or a notice to airmen, that would say, hey, look, just FYI, you're along the ground track for this thing. We don't know where that's going to re-enter or not, but I don't know how formal that process is. Sometimes regulatory agencies are not the fastest to react to this sort of situation, so I don't know that that's being done. I would hope so. Certainly, if I were flying an airplane along this ground track, I'd probably get off a little to the side of it and be safe. Brian Smith, thank you for the $5 chat. What is that recent footage from? Is it already burning in our atmosphere? So I'm taking a look at what the recent footage is showing. So I don't believe it has entered yet. This is footage just of it passing overhead as a satellite. So right now, this object is as viewable just as any other satellite is. If it happens to be in orbit near the day-night terminator, where it's night on the ground, but it's maybe day up where it is, it can shine fairly brightly, and you can see it looking like a moving star through the sky, just kind of gliding through the sky. Ashley W., thank you for the donation. She asked, will this cause Leo Paul's grief? Thanks. I'm not sure what Leo Paul's grief is. The odds of this causing any injury on the ground is very, very low. This is more of a kind of a science and news curiosity than anything. Hopefully it doesn't cause any kind of grief. I'll have to look up what Leo Paul's grief is. That's interesting. Delaney Boos, thank you for the $5. Asks, if it re-entered near where we live, would it help us to hide in the house or evacuate? So if it did re-enter where you were, while it's burning, while you're looking up and you're seeing pieces that are fireballs, you're fairly safe at that moment. When those pieces start to kind of burn out, it's not the worst idea to go inside, just as an extra precaution. If you were in a house, obviously it's safer to have something over you than nothing over you, right? But no need to evacuate, no need to panic. As I described earlier, I was kind of discussing what it would look like if it actually was going to hit you. And what you would see is you'd actually see these burning fireball pieces rising in the sky, from the ground, kind of up towards, vertical from where you are, and then you'd see them actually go out almost dead overhead. And that's what happens when you go from kind of the fiery reentry type of flight to what's called dark flight, where the pieces are just falling as metal pieces. They're no longer creating plasma or burning or anything, and they're just falling. And so if you happen to see that sort of situation where the fireball rises and then goes out almost dead overhead, not the worst idea to get inside. I'd probably walk inside. I wouldn't panic or anything. Um, and you might also kind of listen if you hear any kind of sonic booms or any thunder-like sounds. Might be an indication that the pieces could be kind of approaching you. But no need to panic, no need to worry too much. Just take reasonable precautions. No need to evacuate, anything like that. Rafael Dominguez, thank you very much for the donation. Asked what went wrong, what was supposed to happen to the module. Kudos from Brazil. Well, thank you very much. Well, basically, this is the core stage of a Long March 5B rocket that was carrying up the Chinese first module for their new space station. And it is a liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen stage. Those are the fuel and the oxidizers. It also had 4 outer boosters, which were kerosene and liquid oxygen. As this thing lifted off from China on the way to orbit, all those stages burned. It dropped off the boosters, and then the hydrogen and oxygen stage pushed the space station to orbit. It then separated, so the space station could kind of fly away on its own. And normally, what a lot of countries do is they will intentionally deorbit the space, intentionally deorbit the upper stage, or in this case, the boost stage, to bring it down safely over the ocean. And for whatever reason, either the Chinese chose not to do it, or if there was perhaps a technical issue that prevented them from doing it. And so now we have this thing that's going to kind of come down on its own. So that's the best information we have about what's occurred. Obviously, if we hear anything more to update you on that, we will. Kay Andrews, thank you for the $5 donation. Can you explain how the orbit disproves a flat Earth? Yes. So yeah, the Earth is a globe, and the way orbit works is you shoot something up. First of all, you get out of the dense atmosphere and you get out into space. And if you're traveling along an Earth that is spherical, like the Earth is, and if you get that object traveling, basically sideways enough from where it launched from, the rate at which it falls, because any object in orbit is still falling. People think that gravity is less in space. It's only percent or so less than it is on the ground. But if you're moving fast in a sideways direction, as the Earth curves away from you, as you're moving sideways under you, and you're falling at that same rate, you're considered to be in orbit. And so every 90 minutes, this object goes around the Earth. And if you're on the ground and you see this object go overhead, it may not come directly overhead of you in 90 minutes, but it will be still overhead of you in 90 minutes. So if the Earth was flat, that simply wouldn't work. It couldn't happen. So that's one way you disprove flat Earth. The other thing is, even during a lunar eclipse where you have the Earth's shadow hitting the moon, you'll notice that shadow is actually curved. It's not a flat line or anything like it would be if the Earth was flat. So Earth is definitely spherical. Jay in Atlanta, thank you for the $10. Says you're doing a great job giving all this information over the course of many hours today. Thank you very much. A fascinating event to track live, and look forward to seeing what happens on reentry along with you. Well, thank you very much. It's going to be interesting to see where this thing ultimately comes down, and what we learn, to see what happens. So just kind of reading through more of the chats here. Der Florianator, thank you very much for the £2 or €2. Which website do you use for tracking? So this data comes from a couple different places. There are basically these Air Force space surveillance radars. There's a number of places where you can go and try to get information about this. If you're looking for passes overhead, you can go to a website called heavens-above.com, and I know that they're a free website that allows you to track different objects. But typically what happens is the raw data comes in from the Air Force. It then goes to a number of different kind of commercial sites and groups that do, companies that do simulation to try to predict reentry. And then that information is ultimately disseminated, and that's how we end up getting to display it here. Brenda M., thank you for the $5. She says, watching from Texas, and my friend is watching from Iowa. Thank you for the live stream and answering our questions. Well, you're very welcome, Brenda, and I am actually in Texas as well. I'm in San Antonio. And I often go down to the Boca Chica launch site, where SpaceX is working on their whole Mars Starship program, which has been very exciting to see those things launch and land, and it was exciting to see the first successful landing of that the other day, where the rocket ultimately survived. Jay Risey, thank you for the $5. Asks, can you compare the space lab to this rocket and the potential debris disbursement? Thanks for being online. Well, thank you very much. My understanding was that the space lab, or the Star Lab, was actually significantly higher in mass, and I'm actually going to look that up for you as we wait here. So space lab. Just looking for the mass estimate on that. Let's see if it says here. Yeah, so I'll have to get back to you on that. I actually don't know the immediate mass, comparing these objects. But debris disbursement, really just depends on how massive certain parts are compared to the others. So, for instance, for this Chinese stage, it's likely the heaviest parts will probably be the engines. So the engines will probably make it furthest along the ground track, whereas the lighter portions of, say, the fuel tanks that break apart will likely not make it down as far. And there can be a significant difference. In physics, there's something called ballistic coefficient, and it's basically relating to the cross-sectional area, or the drag that an object makes to its mass. So objects that have a lot of mass and little drag are going to move a lot further than objects that have a lot of drag and little mass. And so, depending on everything that goes on there, that's what we would kind of expect, is probably the engines to kind of go furthest and be the heaviest, and the pieces that probably stay together the best as well, because they're rocket engines, so they're designed to handle a lot of heat and without melting as much. And so I would expect the engines to go kind of furthest downrange, and then other heavier parts of the rocket, piping perhaps, objects like that, to go further than, say, the edges of the fuel tanks. Also, if there are any kind of smaller tanks, those might end up going kind of further as well. That sort of thing. Atlanta Sports, thank you for the $4.99. Says, please land in Israel for their current acts. Well, we're not going to get into politics here, but what I hope is that it lands in a place that that nobody gets hurt, nobody gets injured. So looking through more questions here. Why 2 hours? So this is basically an estimate based on the latest Air Force space surveillance radar estimates. Militaries around the world have radars that look into space. They point out at the sky at all hours of the day. They send out a radar signal, and like all other forms of radar, they get a return from any objects that reflect out in space that basically tell you the position, tell you the speed, and the direction that they're moving. So you end up getting this 3D view of all the tens of thousands of objects that are out in orbit. These are very powerful radars. They try to show, based on that information, that information gets fed into companies that have their own software that do estimates for reentry. But ultimately, it's a best guess. It could reenter early, it could reenter now, it could reenter a few hours after the estimate, or it could reenter right at the estimate. But it's sort of just the best guess at where this thing could end up coming down. Grevin, thank you very much for the donation. Will it affect Sweden or Scandinavia? So I'll have to look at that for you, to look at the ground tracks to see if that is in the hazard zone. I don't, off the top of my head, remember it being in the hazard zone, but it's a possibility. I'll have to take a look at it. The short answer is, as this orbital data gets more and more refined, and as we get closer and closer to entry, we'll be able to give a better estimate of where this thing is going to land. Aunt Margot, thank you very much for the donation as well. That's very, very helpful in keeping us doing what the work that we do to keep this place going. Really appreciate it. Just to kind of summarize right now, this core stage is currently going over the kind of the southern end of the Philippine Sea, the Celebes Sea. It's going to be passing over Australia shortly, and what you're looking at here is, the rocket that's shown here is the core stage of the Long March 5B rocket that carried the Chinese space station to orbit. The red line indicates the ground track of where the object is going to be passing over. So anywhere along that ground track at this point, as we start getting closer and closer to the estimated reentry, could be a place where if this passes over you and you look up, keep an eye on the sky, see if you see anything. If you do start to see fireballs in the sky, usually these space debris reentries are visible for, a minute or two. They're a little bit slower than like a meteor you would see, which would be only a few seconds. So if you do see something like this, you can pull out your camera and try to get some footage of it. So as always, we're kind of just going through the chat and looking at answering questions as we see them come up. Obviously, if you have a question you want to have answered right away, feel free to leave a super chat. It helps support us, and we tend to get to those sooner. So really appreciate it. So just a couple people as you go through here, you see them saying they're scared. Well, no reason to be scared. The odds of any human being injured by this are estimated at less than 1%. And the odds of that human happens to be you is about 8 billion times smaller. So very, very low chance, that this thing would be, cause any injuries. USRB1N, thank you for the donation. Message super chat says, people seem to be very worried about the impact. I think this would be similar to a small plane crash. You probably won't notice it a few miles away. And that's exactly right. It's you have this dramatic reentry, with fireballs that are glowing and pieces, spark-looking objects flying off the fireballs. But the reality is, once that goes into dark flight, the actual landing of pieces is just like you mentioned, a plane crash. It's pieces of metal that are falling out of the sky. It's dramatic if it happens to land near you, right? Probably a little bit scary if it lands near you, but the odds that it actually lands on land at all are very low. Only about 25% chance that happens. And then the odds that it happens to be near you are very, very low as well. But it'd be pieces of metal falling out of the sky. The smaller pieces wouldn't even go through a roof. It's only the really large pieces that would really pose any hazard. So probably like leftover pieces of the engines or things like that. But most of the time, even in a city, most of the space is yards. It's roofs, rooftops. It's things that it's very unlikely to actually hit you and cause any kind of any issue there. Kay Andrews, thank you for the chat. What are the chances of it exploding like the Tunguska meteor over Siberia in the early 1900s? So the good news is this is nowhere near the mass of that Tunguska meteor. So there will not be some massive blast event that will occur from a result of this. This will be an event where you look up, you see some fireballs. Eventually they go out, you go into dark flight, and then you have a few pieces landing on the ground, a few metal pieces, much like somebody opened up an airplane window and or airplane door and threw out some pieces. It's not it's not going to be an explosion on the ground type of situation. It's just going to be some pieces of metal falling out of the sky. And even so, the odds of it actually causing any kind of a problem for anybody on the ground are very low. But thank you for the chat. So continuing to scroll through here. Frank Langsfield, thank you very much for the donation. That's awesome. Says, awesome host, thank you for sharing. Well, I really appreciate that. I'm happy to help and kind of talk through this. It's an interesting scientific and engineering type event that's going on. One of these kind of man-made reentries. And quite interestingly, periodically there are kind of undetected reentries that occur. So every now and then people will be looking up at the sky and they'll look and they'll see a piece of man-made space debris reenter, and they'll see a nice show of fireballs and sparks and everything. And sometimes not all pieces are even tracked. Sometimes you get some of the smaller pieces that just reenter kind of randomly, and people will look up and see them and film them. And it's always dramatic, but it's mostly it's mostly a great fireworks show. So just a few general questions. Why do the hours change? As the orbit gets more and more refined, You'll see this clock all the way up until we know that if this thing is down, you'll see this clock change. Somebody asking, hi there, will a tsunami occur? I mean, what if the impact is in the ocean? So the good news is, this is not, as this thing reenters, it will break up, it will slow down, and there will not be a tsunami as a result of it hitting the ocean. It doesn't have enough energy, it doesn't have enough mass, and it will likely be in many separate pieces. So there will not be there's a giant tsunami maker or any tsunami maker at all. It will, if it falls in the ocean, nobody will even notice. Thank you. Yeah, rocket science is always interesting. It's kind of at the extreme of what humans do. We're this species here on Earth, and we're kind of pushing the edge of technology often when we're talking about rockets. And thank you very much for the chat, Amanda Burks. Thanks for the $5. Has a question, says, have they learned anything to prevent this from happening again? I have not been following long, so not as up to date. Thank you. Happy face. Well, appreciate it, Amanda. So the answer is, most space agencies are very careful about deorbiting their rockets, but sometimes things do go wrong. So, any launch by NASA, any launch by SpaceX or United Launch Alliance or the European Space Agency, or even the Japanese Space Agency, they will launch these rockets, and then they'll deliver their satellite or payload to orbit, and then whatever the upper stage of that rocket is, they will often turn it back so that the rocket ends facing the opposite direction, and they'll fire the engines enough so that you have a controlled reentry that occurs usually over the Pacific Ocean. So kind of the standard for doing things, how you do things safely and responsibly, is to always deorbit the rocket whenever you can. Now, for this particular Chinese rocket, that didn't happen for some reason. We still don't know whether that was intentional. They just didn't have enough fuel to do it, or whether they tried to and maybe had a technical issue that they ran into. Even among established space companies, sometimes that happens. As I mentioned kind of earlier, a couple hours ago, there was a couple weeks back, actually, there was a Falcon 9 upper stage that they tried to deorbit, and for whatever reason had a technical issue. It didn't happen. And so it actually re-entered over the northwestern part of the United States. And a few pieces made it to the ground and were ultimately recovered. Nobody was injured. But the standard for how you do space safely is to deorbit whenever you can. So hopefully, lessons will be learned from this. It'd be nice to see, this doesn't happen again. Kay Andrews, thank you for the donation. How does it feel to be a vessel of scientific education for the public? It feels good. I've always been, I'm an engineer and, scientist as well. And it's always great when you can, study something over a period of many years and then try to share your knowledge with the public. I think it's great. And, if there's one thing I want people to get out of this, is it's not anything to be scared of or to panic about or worry about. You're far more likely to trip and fall going to the bathroom than you are to, get injured from a piece of metal from this. But it is a curiosity. It has a little bit of that sort of lottery-like feel, like, where is this going to come down? Is it, and it makes people kind of worry more than they should. So it's just good to be able to kind of share some of this information and hopefully educate some people. So. Clean 937 Samuel, thank you very much for the donation. I appreciate it. And USRB 1N, thank you, and welcome to Cabin Crew. Appreciate it. So every now and then it looks like the tracker freezes. It actually isn't freezing. At this point, the upper stage is moving off the coast of Australia. Next up is the new area around New Zealand. So it looks like the ground track is going to pass over northern New Zealand. For anybody who's wondering, those red dots are simply observation sites where people are kind of keeping an eye out for this. But that's the meaning of the red the red dots there. Somebody asking, will it land peacefully? I hope so. I hope it just lands peacefully in the ocean somewhere, and it isn't a threat to anybody. And if it does land on land, hopefully it lands in a field somewhere, and then people can go and find the pieces and get a bunch of pictures. Maybe put some in museums. That would be. It's definitely a good like science education opportunity. I think when this kind of thing occurs. So hopefully everything stays safe. One of the questions: what's the damage it will cause most likely if it lands on land? Well, most likely it will just make a little pit. If it's just in the if it's in a field somewhere, it just makes a little pit where it lands in. And if it lands on a roof, if it's a small piece, it won't even go through the roof. If it's a big piece, it could go through the roof to some degree. Obviously, if it lands on a car or anything, it's going to damage the car. But as we were talking about earlier, as has happened with history, meteors and other events, the car often gets more valuable having been hit by a meteor or being hit by a piece of space debris. So it might be kind of a lottery situation as long as nobody gets hurt. Masha Sharoki, thank you very much for the $5. Asks, what are some similarities and differences with this rocket versus the one China messed up with last year? LOL. So, periodically China kind of has this history of dropping rocket debris. They sometimes when they launch, some of their launch sites are not on the coast. Some of them are and some of them aren't. And so sometimes they'll drop, rocket has different stages. So it'll lift off, it's a stack of stages. There's a first stage and often a second stage in rockets. And sometimes the first stage or even parts of the fairing will detach and sometimes land in villages or nearby in the countryside, where it's low population but not zero. And so sometimes it can land on villages or can even, in kind of the worst case scenarios has happened in history, is that sometimes you have what are called hypergolic propellants. Things like hydrazine and nitrogen tetroxide. And these are basically cancer-causing chemicals, that can cause chemical burns and injuries if they do happen to come in contact with people. And sometimes these stages will have some of these hypergolic propellants and can land in areas where that are populated. And it's not a good thing. It's something that hopefully over time all countries and groups that are doing rocket launches will learn not to do. In this case, this upper stage, or this is an upper stage, it's actually the core stage that we're monitoring now. Don't believe it has any of these hypergolics. I'm not 100% sure on that, but it's definitely is good policy to not land pieces of the rocket in places that could land on people. So I hope that in the future, everybody kind of follows the same standard of, international standard of trying to safely deorbit these pieces and only dropping them over the ocean or over places where people aren't around. It's just good practice to do. A few people asking in chat, where's it going to land? We still don't know. At some point, it will land on this red line sooner or later, right? There's uncertainty over exactly when it re-enters due to differences that occur in, the density of the upper atmosphere, which changes with day and night and changes with the space weather environment, and also the fact that this rocket is actually tumbling. This core stage is rotating about 12 revolutions a minute. So sometimes it has a very broad surface into the oncoming atmosphere, wind, if you will, and sometimes it has a very narrow surface. So the amount of drag varies dramatically. So at this point, the best estimate is about 2 hours, a little over 2 hours from now for reentry. However, it could occur sooner or could occur later. We just don't know. We'll keep looking at updates. So I'll do some more questions here for the chat. Of course, as always, if you ever want to have a question answered sooner, feel free to use the super chat. It supports us, and then we're able to get to your question right away. So somebody asking, why does the timer keep changing or going up? And that's just as the orbit gets more and more refined from those space radars, we update with the latest information. If it hits the water, will it cause a level 1 tsunami? Not at all. It doesn't have enough mass, and it also will be broken up into many smaller pieces. So it will not cause a tsunami. It is not a threat if you live along a coastline of water coming up. Somebody answered, if you watched a live video, a space video like this one's that show the Earth from space, would we possibly see the rocket flying around by any chance? So good question. You'd have to be in the right place. Um, so, visibility is often, if you're on the night side of the Earth and the rocket stage itself is lit up by the sun, then you might see it. It almost looks like a moving star across the sky. If you're on the ground or if you're in space, you'd see sort of a similar thing. You could see a white kind of object that's where the sunlight reflecting off this core stage. So that's what you would see like if you're in space. And reentries have periodically been photographed. So even the last the Crew Dragon reentry that occurred a few days ago, there was a gentleman on the International Space Station who took photos of that. Okay, so somebody asking, is it full of radiation when it lands? The answer is no. It will not be radioactive. Now, I don't know whether this Chinese, Long March 5B stage has any hypergolic propellants on it, which would be kind of a chemical irritant concern. But it will not be radioactive, so you don't have to worry about it, being a radioactive threat. It's not something like that. Somebody asking, what is the blue circle for? So the blue circle is an indication of where you would actually see it if you were on the ground. So if you were on the edge of the blue circle, it would be right at the horizon. If you were near the center of the blue circle, you would look up and the stage would be passing right over you. And if you're somewhere in the middle, it would be somewhere between, straight up from where you're at and somewhere on the horizon. And if you're outside the blue circle, you're outside the range of where you would actually see it, whether it was flying on its own or re-entering. So it's really an indication of visibility. Rose McCoy, thank you very much for the $4.99. Really appreciate that. Why are people calling this an end-of-life event? Well, it definitely isn't an end-of-life event. Odds are about 75% chance that it ends up falling in the ocean. If it does end up on land, the odds of it actually basically landing on anyone are less than 1%. And then the odds of it landing on you are about 8 billion times less than that. So it is certainly not a end-of-life event. Very, very low risk of even an injury on the ground. Very, very low chance. How much area will be destroyed if it falls on any country? Really, the only threat is just from pieces damaging whatever they land on. So it's like dropping metal pieces out of an airplane. Whatever they land on, it isn't really great for that thing that it lands on. But it's not going to, these aren't like bombs. These pieces don't come down and then cause a secondary explosion or, it's not like a mortar coming down or something. We're not dropping bombs or anything like that. It's just literally, metal pieces that end up surviving from this rocket. Let's see, why is the red line bent? And the answer is it really isn't bent. It just has to do with projecting the orbit of this object, which is going around a spherical object like the Earth, and the map projection, which is sort of a 2D representation of a 3D object. So it's a little bit like when you look on a map and different projections, you'll see that sometimes the lines appear to be curved. It's really just a artifact of the projection that's occurring. Some people making comments about the altitude. So the altitude right now, as the object goes between its high point of the orbit called the apoapsis and the periapsis, or the low point of the orbit. Every satellite does this, has a high point and a low point of the orbit. So every 90 minutes, roughly, this object is going around the Earth. It goes up, it goes down, it goes up, it goes down in kind of a cyclical way. So that's why sometimes you see the altitude increasing and sometimes you see the altitude decreasing. It's just going up, going down. And yeah, the biggest thing that I can stress, with this whole reentry is it's not anything to be scared of, not anything to be worried about. If this does pass over you, it might be an interesting thing to go out and see. If it does happen to re-entry over where you are, it would be a heck of a show. Bunch of, looks like meteors, kind of fireballs trading each other in the air. But certainly nothing to be worried about. Very low odds of injury or getting hurt or anything. Jake Kaplan, thank you very much for the $5. Says, I live in LA. Judging from the map, it looks like it will re-enter over LA. Will I be able to see it re-enter? It'll be re-entering around sunset. So we don't know. We don't know that it's going to be entering in LA. Certainly not. It's there's a slight chance of that happening, but very, very low. The answer is, keep monitoring our coverage here, and this red line is sort of the ground track that this is going to be following on. So, at any given moment, if this object is going to fly over you, it's worth, taking a look at it. But there's no indication that it's necessarily going to come down in LA. Okay, Andrews, thank you for the $5. Can I sue China if it lands on my car? The answer is yes. If some party causes damage to you, you can actually file a lawsuit. Now, whether they'll pay or not is a whole nother matter, but you can certainly file a lawsuit. There are treaties that I've talked about earlier between spacefaring nations, to handle this sort of situation, that if there's damage caused as a result of another nation's space activities, there are treaties to actually, have financial compensation. But that is sort of more at a more governmental level. But there's nothing to prevent you at any time from suing anybody in a civil way. If somebody causes you a loss, you can certainly file a lawsuit. Lots of questions about the specific location. The last data I saw was that it was kind of less likely to fall over the U.S. And the reason is that the passes that this is going to take over the U.S. aren't really until, kind of early in the morning, after midnight. And the current estimate is still, around 2 hours or so from reentry. So if that ends up being correct, then it will likely have re-entered before it passes over the U.S. again. But we don't, this information is by no means definitive, and it could stay in orbit a little longer, or it could fall down a little sooner. We're monitoring the situation carefully. And with every update to the radar measurements, we try to make an update on the estimated time until re-entry. Excuse me. So lots of questions here. Why is it 2 hours? And it's really just a best estimate. Looking at the radar data. There are U.S. Air Force and other assets that beam radar beams into space. They then look for the reflectivity of that, and it tells them both the location of the object, the altitude, which direction it's moving in, all those sorts of things. Marielle Salmaron, thank you very much for the donation. You asked, it will come in Greece. There was actually a pass over Greece just recently. So I think the odds of it actually landing in Greece are a little bit less, since it didn't re-enter there on that pass. But thank you for the donation. MLA Studios, thank you for the $1.99 donation. What's the most amount of damage that can be caused? So the heaviest parts of the rocket that could make it to the ground are likely the engines. They're heavier in mass. They're designed to withstand heat, being rocket engines, right? So if one of those were to land on something, it could go through the roof of a building, or it could damage a car. Just you certainly wouldn't want to get hit by that. And that's sort of the worst case scenario. Is a big chunk of metal falls, and you kind of imagine an anvil falling from the sky. It's you definitely don't want to get hit by it, and it could do some damage where it lands. But it's not going to be like a bomb. It's not going to come down and it's not some kind of a round or something that would come down and explode. So let's see other questions here. Just scrolling through, kind of keeping you updated. And right now, this thing is just over a lot of empty space in the Pacific Ocean. And as you can see, over time, I've been talking about, hey, most of the Earth surface is ocean. This is exactly what I'm talking about, where this thing is just cruising out over nothing right now. And as you can see from the kind of the right image, the next pass over land will actually be kind of the northern end of South America. So that will really be the next pass. Will it tear apart like what sadly happened to the Space Shuttle Columbia? Just curious. The answer is yes. When these objects re-enter, there are huge aerodynamic forces as well as heating forces that take place. It can be a very violent environment. And so this object, which is now about 100 feet long, 16 feet wide, cylinder, will be ripped into pieces and will separate into many, many different fireballs. And so, yes, it will look quite similar to that, to that whole Columbia re-entry, where you end up having some brighter fireballs near the front where the heavier objects are, and some, the other objects will kind of flake off it and also be burning or have the appearance of being burned as well. Is somebody asking, is it more likely to crash into the Earth over South America? So it's going to be passing over South America. If it were to go into a re-entry here, in the next, several minutes, it could actually land somewhere in South America. But we still think that there's about 2 hours or so until re-entry. So it may not actually re-enter at this time. Somebody once again kind of asking about a tsunami. There is no tsunami risk from this. It is not enough mass, and it likely will break up and slow down enough that there is really no threat of that. So if you live along a coastline, you don't have to be worried about some tsunami warning. It would be much more likely to have an earthquake cause a tsunami in the next few hours than this object. It just doesn't have enough mass. It's not heavy enough, not big enough. How fast will it go back to Earth? So it's currently traveling around 17,000 miles an hour. When it starts to re-enter, it will slow down. And by the time once the fireballs all go out, it'll enter into a period called dark flight, where the speed of the pieces will likely be between 1 and 200 miles an hour. King Quedo, thank you very much for the $5. Could this be intercepted and blown into small pieces to burn up quicker? So the answer is yes, it could be. There are a number of militaries who do have, various, basically anti-space or anti-satellite missiles are called. They're usually on board, certain types of warships. So if one of these warships was basically underneath this ground track, they could fire a missile and they could blow it into smaller pieces. Now, there's good news and bad news with that. The good news is smaller pieces are less likely to cause damage, but the bad news is that some of the pieces, because it's an explosion, would actually be boosted into higher orbits where they could pose a potential threat to the International Space Station, to astronauts flying on the Soyuz or the Crew Dragon, or any other space vehicles, other satellites. So the reason we're not actually blowing it up into tons of pieces is we don't want to see, more space debris. Hayden Love Life, thank you for the $1.99. Appreciate it. Says, puts on Superman cape. Time for daddy to work. Yes. Superman would be great to safely take this thing down into the Pacific Ocean right now. That would be an ideal scenario. So get to work. So how large would be the affected area? So when these objects do re-enter, they break up into many different pieces. You end up having kind of an ellipse that's formed. So the heavier objects will go further along. They have more mass. They'll hold on to their speed longer than the lighter objects. It's hard to say how big this ellipse would be, and most of the area on the ellipse would have nothing land on it, right? It would just be a few pieces scattered throughout this ellipse. So sometimes ellipses can be, a few miles long. Sometimes they can be dozens of miles long. It really just depends on how much separation you have, how much heavier the heavier pieces are than the very light pieces once you have reentry occur and you have the breakup occur. Sometimes they can be 100 miles long. It just really depends. But the actual affected area will really only be where the pieces land. So if one lands on you, right, that's a bad thing. But you just take a step to the left or the right and there's no effect. So there's not going to be like pieces hitting and then a fireball kind of erupt from where it hits. It's literally just going to be whatever it lands on, has a piece of metal land on it, but it's not going to, blow up or be a missile or bomb or anything. Amasha Shah Roki, thank you very much for the $5 again. Really appreciate it. So when this thing starts, it has a question. So when this thing stops moving on the radar and footage here, it may have crashed. So it won't instantly show the moment that it happens necessarily. But what would happen is we get constant radar updates, and we'll have a radar update, and then all of a sudden we won't have a radar update, and it'll be gone, right? And that will tell us that, okay, be somewhere between the last radar update and the current radar update, this thing will have be presumed to re-enter the atmosphere. And so the best way we may know may actually be from somebody's social media post, looking up at the sky, seeing a fireball, taking a picture, taking some video, or making a post about it to let us know that, hey, I've seen fireballs along the ground track. That would be a definitive sign. Stacy A, thank you for the $4.99. That's super awesome. Really appreciate it. Tourlog, thanks for the $10. Very, very cool. Asks, why are there no self-destruct option? I thought this is easy to detect the fall and the heat while traveling through the atmosphere and self-destruct from a safer altitude if it loses the connection. Yeah, so there is no flight termination system that's still active on this thing. So in rocketry, you have a launch, and even for Starship, which recently launched down here in Boca Chica, Texas. So you'll have the rocket will launch, and it has this little device on it called the flight termination system. And this is basically a bomb that's located alongside the side of the rocket that's a shape charge. And if the rocket veers off course, or if somebody commands, one of the launch operators determines that something about it isn't flying safely, they can send a radio signal to this flight termination system, and it will basically ignite this explosive device on the side of the rocket and basically blow it up intentionally so that it doesn't fly intact and go to some populated area or something. Now, in this case, this is this is the core stage of a Chinese rocket, and the flight termination system either is no longer active on it, or is no longer has electrical power to work anymore because it's actually been in space for many days now. So there is no flight termination system, unfortunately, that can just blow this thing up anymore. And you wouldn't want to activate it until it was in the atmosphere anyway, because if you activated it too high, you could send pieces up to to other orbits, which could be a hazard for astronauts or a hazard for other satellites. Canadian Republican, thank you for the $5. Says, chances it'll land in Canada. P.S. You sound like Ben Shapiro. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. There is some chance that it could still land in North America. However, on the last with the last data we have, it's looking like it may land earlier than the passes that would occur over North America again. So it's not looking too likely it'll land in North America right now, but always subject to change. If it ends up staying in orbit a little longer than expected and makes it till the early morning hours, it could still land in Canada. Fernando de Galleves, thank you very much for the $4.99. Asks a question, how long will it take from the moment it enters the atmosphere till it hits the ground? Best estimate is anywhere from between 5 minutes and 20 minutes. Really just depends on the size of the chunks that that make it. I would guess kind of closer to the 20-minute mark is probably where most of the pieces would end up being. So it's it has to, a lot of things have to happen. It has to slow down from 17,000 miles an hour down to about 100 to 200 miles an hour, and then it's got to fall a long distance. It takes quite a bit of time, to fall through 50 miles of distance. So really just depending on the weight and the ballistic coefficient of each of those objects, and the ballistic coefficient is sort of a measure of the mass of the object in relation to how much drag that object has. So heavier objects, will fly further and will keep their orbital speed longer, make it to the ground sooner than lighter objects, which will also have a smaller terminal velocity. And you think about it, it makes sense. If you drop a feather from 20 miles high, it's going to take a lot longer for the feather to hit the ground than if you drop a bowling ball, right? So it's a sort of a similar type of process. But yeah, Tourlog, you have a good point about, why can't we just sort of self-destruct it? And the ideal thing, what normally happens in these situations with most spacefaring companies and nations, is they will intentionally fire the engines again, and once they're in orbit, to intentionally drop it into the ocean, usually the southern Pacific Ocean, which is very large, and make sure that the pieces are not a hazard to any humans on the ground. But unfortunately, for whatever reason, That didn't happen in this case. We still don't quite know why. We don't know if they didn't try to do it or if they tried to do it and had a technical issue. And it still happens. Periodically this happens with different rocket stages. There are actually a lot of rocket stages from even the 60s and 70s that are still in space now. They're often at higher orbits. But this kind of stuff happens. Peganix, Ignis, thank you very much for the donation. Asks, how much is the estimated impact area once it hits the ground? And the answer is, these pieces are not going to still be traveling fast enough to cause like a bomb effect. Really, it's going to be like dropping metal pieces out of an airplane. So depending on the size of those metal pieces, the area that they land on are going to really be the area that's impacted. It's not going to like cause some kind of a shock wave or a blast wave or anything like that. It's just going to be pieces of metal falling, raining out of the sky, and the areas where those pieces of metal hit will be impacted anywhere, you step a few feet one way or the other out of the way of the pieces and you'll be fine. And so that's the impact area there. Creechy, thank you for the donation. Thanks for providing us with your data and your analysis. You're very welcome. Always interesting to talk about these science topics. Canadian Republican, thank you. Once again for your donation earlier. Abhilash Reddy, thank you for your donation as well. Asks, how do we detect asteroids? Why can't we use the same method to send it into space? And how much responsibility will China take if this costs lives? So a couple of good questions there. So first of all, how do we detect asteroids? So there are different ways of detecting them. One is using a radar system like what is being used to track these objects. But that only really works once the object is very close to Earth. So what typically happens is astronomers will take pictures of the sky at night, and they'll take sequential pictures of the same area of space a few times in a row. And they'll use either a software method or they'll use somebody by eye, basically doing what's called a blink comparator measurement. So what they'll do is they'll basically, like you're flicking between two images on your computer where you look at it one frame versus the other frame. And you're looking for any objects that move, any bright objects or star-like objects that appear to move. And so that's actually the process of how most asteroids are destroyed, or not destroyed, but detected. Is they'll detect them that way. Now, how do we deflect asteroids? Well, we've never done it. Is the short answer. Humanity has never done it, and so the answer is we don't. And it's something that maybe in the long term, we need to figure out how to do so we can hopefully prevent an eventual extinction event, right? So I think it's important that we do figure out how to do that. Can we use the same method to send it into space? So not quite sure what you mean by that, but we fly things with rockets all the time. How much responsibility will China take if it costs lives? Well, there are treaties, for handling that sort of situation. And all spacefaring nations have signed agreements that basically say if we cause damage to lives or property on the ground, that there'll be compensation. So the hope would be that there isn't any damage as a result from this, but if there is, hopefully there's compensation paid out. Thank you for the $5, the Prepping Medieval Barber. Really, really appreciate that. Drew, what is the meaning of life? I don't know. It gets to some deep philosophy. I suppose it's enjoying it, right? Enjoying it, trying to be productive, trying to be healthy, trying to be happy, help others. I guess that would be my personal feelings on the meaning of life. What is beyond that is out of my pay grade. So somebody asking, will we all die? Well, we're all going to die eventually, but most likely not from this. The odds of it landing on land are about 25%, since 75% of the Earth is covered by ocean, roughly. And then the odds of it actually hitting a given person or hitting any person whatsoever is less than 1%. And then the odds of actually it hitting you are about 1 in 8 billion. So very, very low chance of being injured, or certainly getting killed by this thing. Very, very unlikely that anything like that will happen. Somebody asking, what are the chances with it being 2 to 20 minutes or 2 hours 20 minutes in the atmosphere that it will light up the night sky? Not sure if it'll even see anything here in Kentucky though. So the answer is the only way you'll see it lighting up the sky is if it happens to re-enter while this sort of gray circle is over you. So you have these two views here on the left and on the right, and those are basically indications on the left of how far away you can actually see the object if you're on the ground. So if you're on the outer edge of this, the stage, or this core section of the Long March 5B booster would be, right at the horizon. If you were right underneath the ground track, it would be straight up, and if you were somewhere in the middle, it would be, somewhere, 45 degrees up or so. So if you happen to be in this area, so if you happen to be in Peru right now, or Ecuador, or Colombia, or Venezuela, or the far, far western area of Brazil, probably too much rainforest there, but if you happen to be in any of those areas and you look up and it happened to re-enter, you would see it if you were in this sort of circular zone. So hopefully that answers that question. Kevin, thank you for the donation, asking political tensions from this, you think? Yeah, there's already heightened political tensions between the U.S. and China, and other countries in China, for that matter. It's obviously not a great thing. When people are worried about hazards like this, there could be some political tensions within. There could be some pressure to kind of deorbit these stages in the future. Hopefully they'll get these stages deorbited in the future, and there won't be anybody worrying about this sort of stuff. So good question. Kaylee Partain, thank you for the donation as well. And the super chat, asking how come the altitude keeps rising and falling? And the answer for that is that this object is in orbit, so it orbits the Earth every roughly 90 minutes, and there is always a high point and a low point of the orbit. So something called the apoapsis and the periapsis, or the apogee and the perigee. And the apogee is the high point of the orbit, the perigee is the low point of the orbit. And so the answer is, when it's on the high part of the orbit, the altitude drops as it drops to the low part of the orbit, and then when it's in the low part of the orbit, it rises as it increases to the high part of the orbit. So every 90 minutes, you go through these cycles. And so at any given time, you'll see, even in a perfectly healthy satellite that's orbiting the Earth, you'll see these rising and falling motions that occur over and over and over again. And so totally normal part of being in orbit. Nothing too surprising there. Kristen Lopez says, thanks for all the info. How long does it take to orbit, and what is the formula for the estimated time of reentry? So great question. So it takes roughly 90 minutes to go around the Earth. The formula for estimated time of reentry is complicated. So there are orbits that are calculated from the radar data that the Air Force Space Surveillance Network uses to keep track of all these objects in space. And it's tricky to determine the exact time that it's going to come down in, because there's variability in several factors. Number one, this object is tumbling, and it's actually tumbling at a rate of around 12 revolutions every minute. So it's a pretty aggressive tumble. And as it's tumbling, the cross-sectional area that's exposed to the thin outer atmosphere is constantly changing. So it's very difficult to actually get an accurate estimate for when this thing is going to re-enter. And that's why you'll see our clock continuing to change up and down, as we've been monitoring this thing throughout the day. The second factor is that the density of the atmosphere at a given altitude changes based on whether it's day or night, based on what the space weather environment is occurring. So as you have more solar wind particles that hit the atmosphere, they actually cause heating, and that heating causes expansion at the outer levels of the atmosphere. So the density that this object is actually going through as it's in orbit varies. And so it gets extremely complicated. It's actually not so much a single equation that's used as is a series of equations in a computer simulation to try to determine these estimates. And so there are companies that have software that tries to figure this stuff out. And as we get the radar data, it goes to those companies, and those companies spit out an answer for when they think is the most likely time for reentry. And that's what we display here. So Sway C, thank you for the $5. Says, from the moving diagram on the left, it's passing under the US. Or how do we read the diagram? Yes, so the diagram is pretty simple. So the red track is showing the area over the Earth that the core stage is currently flying over. And the gray circle represents an area for if you were under this, whether you'd be able to see it or not, if it was reentering, or if it was being lit up by the sun quite right. So right now, if you're in Colombia or Venezuela, and you looked up in the sky and you looked almost dead overhead, you could see this thing passing over you. And if it's a normal satellite, you would just see it as a moving star if it's bright enough, and if the sun is reflecting off of it. If it's too dark, you may not see it, but that's what you're looking at. So as of right now, it is passing over the kind of the northern portion of South America, and it's just about to kind of clear the coastline and go over the Atlantic Ocean again. So that's how you read the diagram. But anywhere along this red area, along or adjacent, fairly close to it, is where you could actually see if this thing re-entered. You could see the fireball, or where you could potentially have pieces that come down. So yeah, this is fun answering a bunch of questions. I'll continue to go through questions here. As always, if you want your question kind of bumped to the front of the list, feel free to send out a super chat. Help support us and keep us talking. But in the meantime, I'll answer some more questions from the chat. So the question was this supposed to be a controlled return to Earth, or was it supposed to remain in space? And the answer is we don't really know, actually. In the live webcast, they had some translators that mentioned something about kind of a deorbit burn, but it's not clear whether that was an error in translation or whether the Chinese were trying to deorbit this and then had a technical problem. But for whatever reason, it wasn't done, and then now this is an uncontrolled reentry. Somebody asking me, happy feet, why don't you read the lower super chats as well? I mean, I've donated €3 already. You didn't read them. I'll apologize for that. I'll have to go down and see why they're not showing up for me. Also, thanks for covering the reentry. Well, you're very welcome. Let me see if I can find the lower super chat that you did earlier. Let's see. But yeah, do the best to read as many of them as we can. Sometimes, though, get a few at once, and sometimes don't always see all of them. And it may have been that occurred before I got on, or let's see here. Well, I don't see it quite yet, but I'll try to see if I can get one of my associates here to send me what that super chat was. Somebody asking, is it aliens? No, not aliens. Definitely is. It's a man-made event. Basically, we have some trash that wasn't properly disposed of. It was an upper stage, or really the core stage of a rocket that wasn't disposed of. For the Long March 5B, there actually was not an upper stage. So there was a core stage and a bunch of strap-on boosters. And the core stage actually took this space station all the way to orbit on its own. So let's see here. So we did get an update a little while ago. Latest tip for CZ5B, which is the Long March 5B booster, shows projected reentry of 2021-05-09 at 0211 UTC, plus or minus 1 hour, which is somewhere in the Mediterranean basin, is the center of that projection. Yeah, so we're starting to get some convergence here on where it might re-enter. And as of right now, kind of looking at Mediterranean basin, if it happens to land there. But of course, with a plus or minus time of 1 hour still, there's still uncertainty in that measurement. So, and then Associate also telling me that he's looking into that super chat. So we're going to try to figure out what that question was and read it off for you. But thanks for letting me know about that. So continuing, is somebody asking, is the rocket engine off? Yes, the rocket engine is off. This was the core stage that lifted off the space station for the Chinese, sometime back, and it was a hydrogen and oxygen engine. It fired, took the space station to space, and then shut off. And for whatever reason, was not able to be deorbited. Either wasn't attempted to be deorbited, or maybe there was a technical issue where they weren't able to deorbit it. So now it's just on this come down wherever it wants sort of situation. So we're following it closely to see where it's going to come down. So what happens if someone is on a plane? Well, odds are you look out the window and you see some fireballs in the distance. Obviously, you wouldn't want to get the plane to get hit by any of those pieces, but the odds of that are very, very low. And you have to assume that local airspace authorities are taking precautions in some of these areas. Somebody asking, what are my qualifications? So I'm an engineer. I actually work on large vertical takeoff and landing drone technology during the day. Have a involved in a startup called Aerial Vehicle Automation, where we're working on building drones that make 1,500 pounds of thrust. So that's kind of my day job. But I also do, for the past 10 years, have been covering space and rocketry. Have been going out to rocket launches out at Kennedy Space Center in Florida, and also covering the Starship launches more recently here in South Texas. So I live in San Antonio. The actual Boca Chica, Texas is about 4.5 hours drive south of me. So I go out there and meet with several others, and we take photos and videos of the launches and help to try to document some of that history. So yeah, I'm a kind of space engineering and technology expert, if you will. KC526, thanks for the donation, asking what are the red dots, and can you tell my daughter Kathy to not be scared, please and thank you. Well, Kathy, there's really nothing to worry about. You know, this odds are this thing will splash down in the ocean harmlessly, and even if it does hit land, you know, very, very low odds of it actually hurting somebody. So nothing to worry about. You know, this is a very, very low risk type of situation. So it's all good. It's all good. Godless Blessings, thank you for the $5, asking why doesn't the altitude on the video decrease? And so as an object goes through orbit, it has a high point and a low point in its orbit, an apoapsis or a periapsis. Apoapsis is the high point of the orbit. Periapsis is the low point of the orbit. And so you'll see a periodic fluctuation where as the object is at the low point of the orbit and it moves towards the high point of the orbit, the altitude will actually increase. And then when it's at the high point of the orbit and it goes back down towards the low point of the orbit, it will actually decrease again. So as you're watching this, you know, every 90 minutes or so, you're going to see these increases and these decreases in altitude. And until this thing actually re-enters, it's going to go up, it's going to go down, it's going to go up, it's going to go down. So you're going to see this sort of cyclical motion as this thing goes up and down throughout the orbits. Oh yeah, and the red dots. So the red dots basically represent ground-to-air observation sites. So it's basically people on the ground that are keeping an eye out for this thing, or maybe they're even on boats in some cases, but they're just people that are you know, observing this situation. Jexpo AJ, thank you very much. Chat says hi, bestie. So to Jexpo's bestie, hello. So just continuing to look through the chat here, answer any questions that we can see. Somebody asked, can you make the text font larger? I'm not sure if that can be done or not, but I'll kind of toss that out there. It may be tricky to do. Somebody asked if people were to actually get hit, what would be the consequences? So there are international treaties between spacefaring nations that basically prescribe, you know, what to do in those sorts of situations for, you know, as far as, you know, consequences if those types of things occur, or compensation. So it would be an international incident between whatever country citizen gets injured and China, who put this thing up in the air. So that's how it would ultimately be handled. It would be a diplomatic situation. And I do know in the past there have been incidents where there was damage and compensation was paid by one country to another. That actually has been exercised in the past. Low chance, but it occurs. Kayla Cheyenne, thank you very much. Jay, thank you for the super chat, $4.99. Appreciate it. Somebody asking, is California safe? So as of now, the North American passes are going to be kind of early in the morning. It's looking though, however, that this thing will not stay in orbit long enough for that to be a problem. Although it can always change. There's a lot of uncertainty still in this data, and in the exact timing of this thing comes down because of the fact that it's spinning and the Earth's atmosphere contracting and expanding. So it's a complicated situation. Swayze asking, it turned around? Question mark. Wasn't it head the other way? And the answer is no. It's in an orbit, and so it's constantly going through different parts. It's always in the same direction, where it's roughly, you know, moving from the west to the east. You know, depending on, you know, as this thing is spinning, it's basically orbiting the Earth. It's in an orbit. It's almost like a hula hoop sort of shape, but the Earth is actually spinning underneath it as it's orbiting. So what you'll see is every 90 minutes it'll orbit the Earth, but it'll kind of have a slightly different ground track each time. And that's because the Earth is rotating underneath this object that's spinning around in space. So just a quick update. The stage is currently, passing over the North Atlantic Ocean right now, on the way to Europe. It's about to go over Portugal and Spain here in the next several minutes. And it actually will go back over Italy again, across the boot of Italy, if you will. So anybody who's in those areas can kind of keep an eye out. It is nighttime right now. So if you go outside and you happen to see fireballs, please do let us know. Kayla Sheehan asking chances of there being nuclear contents on it. Luckily, there are no nuclear contents on it. It is a lower stage of the Long March 5B rocket that is powered by liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen held at cryogenic temperatures. So there are no nuclear components on it. So thank you very much for that chat. Pavan Kumar, thank you for the chat. When will it land and where? We still don't quite know. The latest best estimate was somewhere over actually the Mediterranean Sea was the estimate. However, that is not going to occur on this orbit, most likely, but that was the best estimate as of right now. In about an hour and a half, a little over an hour and a half from now, is the projected reentry time. Subject to change as these radars continue to get more and more data. And we get new data almost constantly to update this. So we'll keep the reentry time updated. Is the rocket visible from the ISS? Sometimes it may be. Godless Blessings, thanks for the $5. Says, thanks for having this live. Can it be shot down if it gets too close to a habitable area? So in theory, yes. However, in practicality, no. So there are a number of, they're called anti-satellite missiles that are often carried by naval ships of several countries, including the United States. China has some. I believe India has some. Other countries likely have some as well. The problem is if you shoot it down before it's actually re-entering the atmosphere, some of the pieces, when it explodes, will actually get boosted to higher orbits, where they could pose a threat to astronauts on the space station, astronauts on the Soyuz, or on Crew Dragon, or anywhere else. So it's important that we don't actually shoot it down while it's still in space. Otherwise, you can get this sort of shower of debris. And very small pieces of debris can have really a huge impact on a spacecraft and can be, a real hazard. Could be cause injuries or death on the spacecraft. So it's important that we don't shoot it down. Better off to just try to see where hopefully lands in the ocean or something. Is NORAD monitoring? Absolutely. That is, the U.S. military keeps track of tens of thousands of objects. They're constantly looking out for for various rocket launches, nuclear missile launches, and also just space debris. So you better believe that they're keeping an eye on this. Kaden Morris, thank you for the $9.99. Really appreciate that. That's super helpful. So just kind of browsing through chat here as this gets ready to go over Portugal. The red ground track indicates the area that the rocket is going to pass directly overhead, or the rocket stage is going to pass overhead. But as always, I can't emphasize enough, very low chance of any kind of accidents or injury from this. The most likely outcome is it ends up in the ocean. And if it does end up on land, it's still the most likely outcome is that it just ends up in a field somewhere. So no big deal. Jay Elizabeth, thank you for the chat. Super chat asks, what if there's a nuclear payload on the rocket? Well, luckily, there is no nuclear payload on the rocket. It is simply a first stage that was used to lift the Chinese space station into orbit. It is called the core stage. It was a liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen fueled stage. No nuclear power on board it. So that's the good news. Pasa Roy Zola, thank you for the super chat. Asks, when will it be able to be seen from mainland Portugal? The answer is potentially now. If it was re-entering now, you would be able to see it. You would be able to see fireballs or some glowing taking place. Right now, it is in the shadow side of the Earth, so it's nighttime on the ground there in Portugal. The sun is not actually illuminating the rocket stage, so it would be very difficult to see just as a satellite going overhead. So the only way you would see it now is if you went outside and it was actually re-entering a little early, you would actually see a bunch of fireballs going overhead. But at this point, based on the radar estimates that we've seen, we don't think that's happening yet, but obviously if it does happen, please let us know. So I'm getting a question, where was the recent footage taken? And so let me actually try to find out for you. I'll send a message. Okay, it looks like that was from Washington, where that footage was taken. And Happy Feet, you'd messaged us about not seeing a question. Looks like you originally donated €1, but looks like there was no message attached to it. So I probably mentioned your name, but didn't actually get to your question. So sorry about that. It looks like, yeah, it was last seen in the early morning hours at Washington. So it's definitely some time back from when this thing was last actually filmed. And so really before this thing re-enters, that you really only see it during specific times, maybe an hour or so, after sunset or an hour before sunrise. And that's when you have a situation where you have the actual body of this rocket, it's being illuminated by the sun, but it's still night on the ground. So you get this good contrast where it looks like a star that's sort of moving across the night sky. And so that's sort of the best time to actually see this thing. Short of it re-entering. If it's re-entering, you'll see it whenever it re-enters, probably day or night. So once again, Kaden, thank you for the super chat. Pat, thank you for the $5. Says, I am not familiar with the altitudes of the Starlink's orbit. Is there a chance that it may take out any of those satellites out? No. So the good news is that the Starlinks from SpaceX are at higher altitudes. Otherwise, they would be kind of on the verge of reentry as well. So the good news is this core stage of the Long March 5B rocket does not pose any risk to the Starlink satellites that are in orbit. So that's good news. And you want to actually, and that's very important too. It's like, you don't want to have satellites crashing into each other, because then they end up making more pieces, and those pieces can lead to more collisions, and you can end up having this sort of runaway effect. So the good news is that this is not a hazard to any other satellites. It's in a very low orbit, imminently re-entering, in the next hour and a half or so. And it is not a threat to, to anybody else or to any other satellites. So people saying just joined, when is this expected to hit? The best estimate is within about an hour and a half or so. That's the best estimate, but there's always a certain amount of uncertainty, plus or minus an hour. So it could come in as soon as 30 minutes from now. It could actually come down, 2.5 hours from now. We don't know. There's uncertainty because this whole thing is tumbling through the air. So Cummins Power, thank you for the $10 chat. Approximately how many miles up is when the rocket is the rocket when the stage separates? So I don't know. I don't actually know the exact trajectory that the Long March 5 rockets separate at. But generally, it's somewhere above 50 miles in altitude where you do see separation events occur. And so somewhere kind of 50 miles up or higher is typically where they occur at, where they're out of the bulk of the Earth's atmosphere. And for this rocket, it took it all the way up to orbit as well. So it likely took it up, even higher than that. But I don't know, don't have that knowledge off the top of my head. Somebody asking what happens when it lands. Does somebody go get it? I think there's no formal plan necessarily to have somebody go get it, but if it lands on land, you can bet people are going to go out and probably try to grab pieces. That's sort of human nature, right? And who knows, some of these pieces may end up in museums someday. 8 EL Guy 1, thank you for the chat, the $4.99. Really appreciate that, Nelson. Says, just want to say thank you for hosting. Oh, my pleasure. Happy to be here talking about this. Interesting space history going on here. People asking, will it pass by Texas? I do believe there were supposed to be some passes that would occur, kind of 4 or 5 in the morning time frame. Forget the exact time, but it does appear that it is most likely going to re-enter ahead of that. So I don't think we're going to have a chance to see it go over Texas again. Of course, if the estimate ends up being wrong, and it ends up staying in orbit longer, and it does make it till 5 in the morning, then we would actually see it in Texas. And it's an estimate. You have all these variables that are occurring. How the density of the outer atmosphere, which changes with weather conditions and day and night, and the fact that this thing is tumbling, also adds a great degree of uncertainty. So where is it landing? Yeah, so we still don't know. There's still, we know the ground track of this thing, right? So you can actually look out several orbits and see all the areas it could potentially come down over. But what you don't know is, because it's orbiting the entire Earth over a 90-minute period, and because the uncertainty is around an hour plus or minus, so it's really over 2 hours of uncertainty. You really could see it land almost anywhere on Earth as long as it's somewhere along that ground track. So, the last estimate I was looking at was showing, somewhere kind of in the Mediterranean Sea. But if it ends up a few minutes earlier than that, it could be Europe. If it ends up a few minutes later than that, it could be, somewhere in Africa. It just really depends. Depends on where it is in the orbit. And somebody's saying, the rocket is currently estimated to be in the Indian Ocean, and it's always possible. Again, if it goes later, if it goes earlier, over the, orbiting the entire Earth is literally the degree of uncertainty. So there's quite a bit of uncertainty. The only thing that will be certain is it will be somewhere near or adjacent to that red ground track. Michael May, thank you for the donation. Asking if this was an asteroid instead of a rocket, would we still have as little of an idea of where it's going to land? So actually, with an asteroid, you typically have more certainty. And the reason is it's traveling from deep space, and it tends to come in a little bit more of a known entry angle. So in other words, it's not orbiting the Earth over and over and over again like this is. It actually tends to be coming in from deep space. So typically, if you do have the orbital elements that are accurate for a rocket, it actually will come down at a more known position typically. And there is an exception to that. In certain cases, if the asteroid is coming in very, very shallow angle to the Earth's atmosphere, sometimes there can be some uncertainty of where it actually lands. And sometimes asteroids have been known to even skim off the atmosphere. So if they happen to hit just a very shallow angle, they can actually partially re-enter the atmosphere, turn into a fireball, and then actually have enough velocity still to actually re-enter space and actually leave the Earth behind again. So that does actually occur, and there have been some known videos where that has happened. PLB, thank you very much for the $20 donation. Really appreciate that. Asking, are Canadians safe? So as of right now, the best estimate we have is that it wouldn't pass over North America until kind of early in the morning. So as a result, it's looking like re-entry is going to be before that. So it does seem that North America is a little bit safer right now, unless this thing happens to stay in space, many hours longer than anticipated. So as of right now, Canada is looking pretty good at not actually, or at being safe, I should say. So no worries there. And of course, keep in mind, even all this stuff said, still very high chance this thing just enters into the ocean and doesn't pose a threat to the ground. So as you can see from the image here, it's currently passing over Turkey. So if you're in Turkey, look up and let us know if there's any fireballs. It would be entering in earlier than anticipated, but you never know. Gift Maremma, thank you very much for the $4.99 and the mic drop emote. Very cool. Somebody else asking, is Tennessee safe? As of right now, kind of like I said before, North America is looking fairly safe at this point. I would have to stay in orbit quite a few hours longer than anticipated to make it back to North America. So right now, passing over Turkey. Next up will be Iraq, northern Iraq, and then Iran and then followed by Pakistan. Those are sort of the next land zones on the ground track. So as of right now, no indication that it's going to re-enter that soon, but it's always possible. So if you happen to live in any of those areas and you happen to be outside, you can take a look up and tell us if you see anything. Again, very low risk to anybody on the ground. Even if it were to come down, you know, it is not going to be like a bomb when it hits or anything. It's just going to be pieces of metal coming down. So, but very low risk, nothing to be too terribly concerned about, but would most likely be a spectacular light show if you happen to be underneath it when it's actually re-entering. So we'll continue to monitor the situation very carefully. Appreciate all the comments and the questions that come in. Continuing to kind of go through the chat and answer questions as they pop up. Of course, if you want your questions answered sooner, feel free to jump in on the super chat and we'll get you there right away. Somebody said they saw it an hour ago, passing over them. Very cool. Luxy Queen, thank you for the donation. Says, doesn't that mean that it's going to hit somewhere in Europe 90 minutes from now? So it's possible. I think one of the updates we saw was saying somewhere in the Mediterranean Sea. You can't rule that out right now. So thank you for the chats that are coming in here. Really appreciate it. Somebody says, how is it lit up in the recent footage if it's dark out? So the way you see this thing is either if it's re-entering, you'll see it kind of day or night as sort of fireballs in the sky. But if it's not re-entering yet, you can see it if you happen to have a nighttime sky, and if you happen to have sunlight that's illuminating it, then you'll actually see it in the sky. And it'll look just like any other satellite, kind of bright satellite that's kind of gliding over you. So you can sometimes see it if it's dark out because the sunlight is actually reflecting off of it. Annie Clow, thank you very much for the donation. That's awesome. She says, hi, thanks for the info. How long for the debris to hit either water or land after re-entry? So this varies a bit based on how heavy, how much mass each piece has. But it's anywhere between 5 minutes and 20 minutes is typically what you would see for actually, objects from space, from when they're bright to when they're actually landing, hitting the ground. So from when they start to re-enter to when it's all said and done and the pieces are laying on the ground is kind of anywhere between 5 and 20 minutes is sort of the best estimate. And it varies a little bit. The heavier pieces will come down sooner. The lighter pieces, more fluffy pieces will take longer to come down. Maddie Gaga 2013, thank you for the donation. Says, how do you think the world would respond if this were to crash into a built-up area? What would the repercussions be, and would this put strain on the Chinese relations? I genuinely love your channel. Well, thank you very much, Maddie Gaga 2013. Really appreciate that. So, yeah, I think if this were to actually cause damage, there would probably be a worldwide discussion. There would be discussions in the UN about this. There are treaties in place to compensate, for damage on the ground in another country caused by another country launching a rocket. There certainly would be a lot of discussions. It could put some stress on Chinese relations. In the long run, I hope that there's a little pressure on China just to kind of get the situation under control so that when they launch rockets, there aren't pieces raining down on people. I think that's just, good thing to be doing. And it may be that they were even trying to do that on this last launch, but they might have run into a technical issue. So I do think it will open up a discussion, and it's always good to have a discussion about how to make the world a better place for humans on it. So I think that's great. Z, thank you for the $5. Is the Middle East safe? Well, I think even if this thing re-enters over the Middle East, odds are very low that it actually would impact a person, right? There's a lot of empty space out all over the world. So, this is kind of currently passing over Iran right now. If it were to re-enter now, you could see pieces on the ground there. However, there's no indication that it's going to re-enter quite this early. And so, worth keeping an eye on, but nothing to be worried about. Stop Media, thank you very much for the donation, the $4.99. Really appreciate it. Ask, what is the possibility of it hitting Texas? So I do remember, I live in Texas myself. I'm in San Antonio, and I had looked at, some of the estimates for the orbit, when it would pass over, when it would actually pass over, Texas. And I was looking to be around 5 in the morning. So at this point, it's looking like it will most likely re-enter before it actually reaches, that late, that many hours from now. So I'd say the possibility of it hitting Texas are very low at this point. Not zero. If the estimates end up being way off and it stays in orbit, longer, for many hours, then it could end up reaching Texas. But I think as of right now, it doesn't seem like Texas is a high risk zone. So good news there if you're in Texas. Abigail asking, how high altitude are satellites usually compared to this rocket? So great question. Most are several times higher in altitude, and the reason is the higher in altitude you are, the less atmospheric drag there is, and the less fuel you have to spend to basically stay up there. So satellites will orbit the Earth, and periodically there is always some drag from the Earth's atmosphere, even at really high altitudes. And it gradually will slow the satellite down and lower the orbit. So satellites will carry usually propellants, they're usually hypergolic propellants, that you'll mix a fuel and an oxidizer together in a thrust chamber, and they'll explode and they'll create a thrust, and that is usually used to send the satellite to a higher orbit. So typically, satellites are usually at least 3 times this height. Typically some are lower, but then they have to spend more fuel, and then some are way higher. There are satellites all the way out and are called geosynchronous orbits, which are some fraction of the distance between the moon and the Earth. And they're way up there. But yeah, satellites are usually much higher than this. This is a rocket body at the end of its lifetime. Its demise is imminent. Tom Bicey, thank you very much for the $20. That's super helpful. It says, thanks for being you. Thanks for the support and for helping us cover events like these live, whether it's rocket launches or these reentries or any other events in space and aviation. We're happy to be here to help cover that. So somebody asking, is it possible for it to break up in multiple pieces? And the answer is, not only is it possible, it's the most likely outcome. As this thing hits the atmosphere, the aerodynamic forces and the heat will shred the body into many different pieces. And the parts that actually survive and make it to the ground will be the heavier, more heat shielded pieces, such as, the engines and other parts that have kind of more mass. Morris Pearson, thank you for the chat, asking, hydrazine, is there any left in that rocket? The answer is, I actually don't know. This is this core stage of the rocket is primarily fueled by liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. So most of that will have boiled off. I don't know whether it had a reaction control system or any thrusters that used hydrazine or nitrogen tetroxide. I'm not sure. Would be curious to find that out though. So Gaston Correa, thank you very much for the donation as well. Says, aguanten los perros cimarrones, papa. Sherry R, thank you very much for the donation, $4.99. Do you still think the Mediterranean basin will happen? It seems beyond that now. So that was an estimate for some time ahead, hour and a half or so ahead of when that came in. So likely there will be a new update coming out here fairly soon, and we will keep an eye on that and let you know what those new updates are. So want to just give a quick update on the footage that you're seeing on the screen. This latest footage just came in, was actually captured in Algeria. And you can see here, you can actually see it's kind of neat footage. You can see it periodically flashing. And as I mentioned before, this thing was rotating at a known rate based on radar of about 12 rotations per minute. So that periodic flashing, getting bright and dim, bright and dim, bright and dim, is due to that stage that's literally tumbling end over end, almost like you threw something across the room and it's kind of tumbling end over end as it goes by there. But you can see it's pretty bright there, and that's cool footage that just came out of Algeria. Very, very cool. So yeah, people have their eyes up for this thing. If you happen to be in the ground track of this thing, go outside, look up, and try to get some footage. So thanks for the super chats continuing to come in here. I'm just taking a look at them. Wouldn't weight not matter for speed of reentry according to acceleration due to gravity? So yes, the acceleration due to gravity is constant for all objects. However, because we live in a dense atmosphere, the drag depends on the cross-sectional area and the aerodynamic characteristics of the object, something called ballistic coefficient, and it's mass to aerodynamic drag ratio. So the speed of reentry does vary based on the different ballistic coefficients for each piece. Anthony Quintile, thank you very much for the $4.99. Really, really appreciate it. You guys help us keep us doing this. Hopefully I say your name correctly, Via Scalaves Palikas Klopp, thank you very much for the donation. That's super awesome. We're happy to cover this for y'all. Very exciting. And Skylar Aguirre, thank you for the donation as well. Says, I'm just curious to know that if it does land in the Mediterranean Sea, would people be able to see any debris flying? And if so, how far out? So the answer is yes, potentially from Southern Europe. If this thing does come down in the Mediterranean Sea, you would see a train of fireballs, somewhere in the sky. And as far as the distance, you see on this left-hand screen, you can see this rocket just passing off the coast of India. But anywhere between where the rocket ground track is and the outer edges of that circular region are areas where you could potentially see it. The closer you are to being underneath it, obviously the better the view and the higher the sky any fireballs would be from it. But yeah, that's roughly the distance of visibility. So if you were to take that circle and kind of put it over the Mediterranean, you'd kind of get an idea of how far out you might be able to see it. William Daniels, thank you for the donation. Said your patience in answering the same questions over and over is great. Yeah, I don't mind. It's always fun to talk about how the world works and how science works, and yeah, it's just exciting to cover something like this. So happy to be here. Joe Strohmeyer, thank you for the donation. How does solar activity affect atmospheric drag? Yeah, great question. So as you have increases in solar activity, it actually causes heating in the upper levels of the atmosphere. And it basically it causes the outer atmosphere to expand. So you actually see an increase in drag for satellites during periods of high solar activity. And this can shorten the lives of satellites because they have to spend more of their fuel to stay in orbit. Or in our case, it can also hasten the demise of objects that are getting close to re-entering by creating more drag on them and basically bringing them down sooner. So great question there. Sherry R, thanks for the donation. Why is this not on any USA channel live? It seems quite important. Yeah, great question. Well, you're here and we're covering it live, so you're in the right spot. I think the news media has their priorities, kind of conventional media, and but there's obviously an appetite to follow this, and it's an interesting science event, so people want to know about it. Xerix, thanks for the donation. Will it be visible in the daylight? And what knocked it out of orbit? What was its mission? So it was a core stage to a Chinese Long March 5B satellite carrying their space station to orbit. Once it had deployed the space station, there was no use for it anymore. So if it does re-enter during the daylight, it probably would be bright enough to see the fireballs during the daylight even. Nothing knocked it out of orbit per se. It's just simply, it was in a low orbit and it's just experiencing atmospheric drag. And because it didn't refire its engines to bring it down in a known location, atmosphere is just doing it for it, and it's going through what's called an uncontrolled re-entry. Maddie Gaga 2013, thanks again for another donation. Ask, where's Bruce Willis and Aerosmith when you need them? I just thought I'd throw another €5 your way to counter the exchange rate. LOL. Well, hey, we really appreciate that. It helps us cover these types of events. So appreciate you big time. Randy Pate, how likely is it the U.S. could shoot down the rocket down if needed? So the U.S. does have anti-satellite missiles. However, they typically aren't used because if you use them, you can actually accidentally kick some of the pieces into higher orbits where they could pose a threat to the space station or to astronauts flying around. So, or to other satellites as well. So you definitely don't want to do that. And so most likely that kind of thing won't be utilized in this situation. Gift Marima, thank you for the $4.99. Says they asking the same questions over and over. Texas, Texas. Look, it's going to land in the water anyway. Will burn off in most part. It's clear. Yeah, I think lots of people are curious, and people are hopping on and off the stream at different times as we get closer to this reentry. And so, yeah, don't mind talking about some of this stuff. Brant Porter, $5. Thank you. Did China anticipate the reentry would be uncontrolled and potentially dangerous? And what's your pizza topping? Yeah, I'm kind of a mushroom and sausage guy myself. I think those are delicious toppings. As far as did China anticipate it, it's possible they were trying to actually re-enter it in safely and maybe just had a technical problem. I mean, it's well known in rocket science that this is a hazard that is there. So obviously there was knowledge that this is a thing that can happen. And hopefully it just was a technical issue that they'll fix in the future. CH, thanks for the $4.99. Says, no question. Take a 9-second break. Sip some coffee. Have a swig of Coca lemonade. You deserve it. Thank you for doing this. Well, hey, really, really appreciate it. And actually, we'll take you up on that offer. I will be back in about 20 seconds. I'm going to grab a drink. So I will be right back. All right, I've made it back here. Appreciate these super chats as they continue to come in. So Tom Hagen, thanks for the $5. And Canadian Republican, thank you again for another donation. And says, just want to say thank you for sharing facts and not fear. I was losing my mind before. I won't your stream. Thank you very much. Well, it's good to hear. Yeah, that can kind of reassure people that hey, it's very low risk of this landing on land. Very low risk of it actually hurting anybody or landing on anybody, and an even lower risk, like 8 billion in one, that it's actually you. So that is good news. William Daniels, thank you for the $5. Saying, does the atmospheric burnups symbolize Dogecoin performance? Who knows? My personal views on crypto is that as the world becomes more and more digital, there will be winners and losers in these cryptocurrencies. I think overall cryptocurrencies will probably keep going up. In the long run, technology always wins in the long run. Now, will it be Doge that wins? Will it be some other cryptocurrency that wins? Who knows? But I do think crypto in the future, people can see that's the way the world is moving. So that's very exciting. So yeah, people asking, where is it going to land? We're there's an estimated about an hour or so until the estimated reentry point based on the latest radar data. We still are trying to refine in, where that likely would bring it down. The last update we had seen was the Mediterranean kind of area, but we will see. Right now, you can see the ground track. Really, the next land area that this core stage is going to pass over is going to be over kind of mid Australia. So if you happen to be in Australia, keep your eye out. It's daytime now, but certainly is the possibility of if it does reenter, you might see some fireballs. So continuing here, thank you for the super chats that keep coming in. Leroy Jenkins, thank you for the $10 and the emote. Really, really appreciate it. Very cool. David Birch, thanks for the $5. Says, just counting You seems to be losing about a kilometer every 35 to 40 seconds. Thanks for covering it. Yeah, so it's hard to say. As we look at the telemetry, um, some of that altitude that's going up and down is just the natural progression between the high and the low points of the orbit. So it's going in this this orbit that's kind of elliptical. There's always a high point and there's always a low point. And so sometimes over time, over the course of a 90-minute orbit, you'll see an increase in altitude, and then a decrease in altitude, and then an increase, and then a decrease over as different orbits occur sequentially. So it's a constantly moving thing. So it may not be simply due to the drag that's occurring. Mackenzie Skaketti, excuse me, is a tsunami possible? Not likely at all with this. It's about 22 tons. However, when it hits the atmosphere, aerodynamic forces and heating will destroy and break it up. So it's very unlikely that it actually will, that it would cause a tsunami. In fact, it's pretty much impossible that it would cause a tsunami. There's no risk of that happening in any reasonable way. Kai the Wolf, thank you for $5. So are we not in communication with China, even though it's their rocket? Oh, so I'm sure we are. I'm sure different governments around the world are not thrilled this is happening. And the Chinese are aware of where it is too, but it's just one of those things that, maybe they tried to deorbit it intentionally and didn't have the fuel to do it, or maybe they had a technical problem. It's not clear. China does have a history of sometimes dropping these stages, kind of wherever. But hopefully, as people kind of become more aware of these types of issues, with time they'll fix they'll correct those problems in the future. Maddie Gaga 2013, thank you once again. Said, I've just tasked my cousin in Melbourne, Australia to get his phone out to record. He also has a telescope, so fingers crossed for some star footage. Yeah, that'd be very cool if it does happen to come down a little early and he films it. That would be amazing. So good job. Yeah, anybody who knows anybody around this red ground track coming up, feel free to give them a call and tell them, hey, go outside. You may not see anything. You probably won't. But if you do, it would be really cool footage. And it could be the next, viral popular video. Angela Kraus says, thanks for the donation for the $4.99, Angela. Says, thank you so much for sharing your knowledge. It is wonderful. Thumbs up, clapping. Well, appreciate you, Angela. Appreciate everyone who's been able to donate and follow this very interesting science news event going on right now. It's a little bit like one of those games where you spin the globe and you put your finger down quickly to try to see where it's going to drop. And that's a little bit the way this is. There is a red ground track, which, it's only going to fall on or near the ground track. But we don't know the exact time that it comes down in, and it orbits the entire Earth in 90 minutes. So, a little bit of error can result in a lot of uncertainty as far as when it comes down. But yeah, everybody stay calm. Very, very low risk to anybody on the ground. 70% of the Earth is covered by water, roughly between 70 and 75%. And even if it does land on land, most of land is empty fields, right? And so no need to be concerned or worry. You're far higher risk, tripping, going over to wash your hands in the sink, So continuing to kind of monitor the situation, looks like it is approaching the coast of Australia, the ground track. Somebody asking, thank you for the donation, everything Samsung Pro, saying, what is the red spot? It is above my place. Well, no need to worry. That red spot is simply an indicator that there's basically a ground to air observer who is out there looking to see what they can see with this thing. So no need to worry. It's not that's not X marks the spot that it's coming down. So no worries there. So I'm going to look for some more questions in the chat. Of course, if you want to kind of have your question go to the top, feel free to do a super chat, help support us and keep this going. So somebody asking, how are you tracking this? Do you have a live tracking going on, or are you using simulation? So the answer is this: the data for this tracking comes from the Air Force's space surveillance radar. And so they beam radar beams into the air off the big satellite dishes. They look for reflections, basically. And they get information on where the object is, what its speed is, which direction it's going in, all that kind of stuff. And that then gets fed into a computer model, which basically plots the orbital elements and then plots it on the screen for us. So it is actually based on real data. Karaoke Vic says, "You're doing great with the stream. Thank you very much. Been listening while grinding piston rings in my garage, and it's like having the radio on." Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. It's always great to have words of encouragement when you're doing this sort of thing. So very cool. Thanks for the $25. Awesome. Morris Pearson, thanks for the $5. And Scarlett, 020100 says, "Thanks for the $10. Great live streaming, graphics and commentary. If a large piece falls in the Mediterranean, could it cause a tsunami?" And the answer is no. These pieces aren't large enough to cause a tsunami. So that's good news. No risk there. If you happen to live along the Mediterranean coast, there's no concern there. And Bumblebee, thank you very much for the $20. Awesome. Helps support us and keep us going. So I've got to take a momentary break here. I will be back in about 2 minutes. Thank you very much. All right, I am back, and as you can see on the screen here, it looks like the core stage is passing over kind of middle portion of Australia right now. So I appreciate the various chats that are coming in here. So lots of questions, lots of people kind of worried. The thing to remember with this is very low chance that it actually hits anywhere on land, and even if it does, estimates are that there's less than 1% chance that it actually hits any person. And even so, the odds that it hits you is like 1 in 8 billion. So definitely be more worried about the drive down the street or crossing the street. Much higher risk of something happening from one of those things than being impacted by this piece of debris. And so just a quick recap here. This whole situation kind of arose when the Chinese launched their first space station module. They launched it on a Long March 5B rocket. It has a core stage that is a liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen core stage, and 4 strap-on boosters that are actually kerosene and liquid oxygen. It boosted the core stage of the Chinese space station to orbit, but then once it was done, for whatever reason, it was not deorbited kind of safely like they would normally try to do, and put it into the ocean. So I don't know if either the Chinese didn't have the fuel to do it, or maybe they ran into a technical issue. It's not real clear at this point, but for whatever reason, it wasn't done. So now it's kind of undergoing a kind of controlled or uncontrolled reentry. Sherry R., thank you very much for the $50. That's awesome. After Australia, where will this go? I've been with you all afternoon, and I can't believe that you're the only one covering this. What is the USA possibility now? Thank you for dedication. Well, thank you very much for the chat and the support. It means the world to us to have that kind of financial backing to help cover some of the costs of what we do. It's always pricey to do this type of thing, so really do appreciate the help. So this stage is orbiting the Earth once every 90 minutes. The odds that it actually gets to the USA are very low. When I was looking at the orbital passes earlier for North America, it looked like they were all occurring kind of after midnight type of time frame. So odds are right now, with an estimated time to reentry of around an hour, this thing will likely come down long before it makes it back to the North America again. But we'll see. We'll continue to monitor it. The red ground track shows where this thing is kind of headed next. Right now it's about to, as it continues to go over New Australia, it'll then pass over New Zealand and then out on a long cruise over the ocean. So we'll see what happens. Bumblebee, thanks for $10. Appreciate it. Maddie Gaga, thanks again for another 5. You literally have more chance of being killed by a vending machine than being hit by this rocket. LOL. Also, I'm in British pounds. Oh yes, so thank you for the 5 British pounds. Awesome. And yes, that's true. You probably do have a far higher chance of getting killed by a vending machine than actually being hit by one of these rocket pieces. So nothing to fear. Definitely don't be scared. Watch it with interest, because it's an interesting story, but don't be nothing to worry about. Tobin Bybee, thank you very much for the $5. Says the best footage so far. Any chance it will fly over the U.S. before reentry? It does not look like it's likely to do that. If it does, it will be after midnight. Kind of in the early morning hours, between 1 a.m. and 5 a.m. depending on where you're at. So it looks like, in all likelihood, this thing will reenter far before then. Masha Sharoki, thank you again for $5. Why was there such less coverage and news on the rocket last year that China made on a mistake on? And what's the difference about that one? Thank you, guys. So basically, you're probably referring to, there was a similar type of situation that occurred last year. And I think the answer is just, news, whatever the news cycle is, whatever they're kind of worried about is the biggest concern. Perhaps it was, COVID-19, perhaps it was, kind of civil issues. For whatever reason, it was not, it was just not covered to the same degree. And who knows, people vote with their wallets, right? So sometimes they go with whatever the perceived highest level of interest is in. But so Russian Seal Gaming, thank you very much for the $4.99. So he says, are airplanes at risk because of this debris? So the short answer is, there's a lot of space that this debris is going to pass through. There's a lot of empty space in the skies, right? So if you look up right now, go outside, look straight up, odds are you're going to look at an empty sky and not an airplane. So the same thing kind of applies to this sort of situation. If I were an airspace authority near this red line, I would probably let pilots know that, hey, maybe we want to fly off a little bit to the left or to the right, right? But I think the risks are low. But of course, if you're in an airplane and you get hit by a piece of debris, it could be bad. But airplanes have a lot of redundant systems, so that if they do take some damage, it's not likely to sort of be the end of the airplane in most cases. But you definitely don't want to take a hit. So I'd say it's not zero risk, but it's very low. So thanks for that chat. So here's one. Will New York be safe? As of right now, it looks like, if this thing were to stay in orbit, it would have to stay in orbit many, many hours longer than predicted in order to actually, get back over New York. So odds are good that that New York would be fairly safe, at least as of right now, from what we can tell. Now these are estimates. These estimates can be off, but at least as of right now, everything is looking like a reentry somewhere in around an hour. And I'll mention too, there's uncertainty in these predictions. So reentry could be occurring now, or reentry could occur at an hour from now, or reentry could occur in 2 hours from now. It's not completely clear when this thing will reenter. These are estimates only for a tumbling rocket in an atmosphere that is swelling and contracting all the time. So it's hard to know exactly when. Morgan Westerman, thank you for the $5. Says, I live in Missouri. We're in a direct path depending on reentry time. Are you personally nervous on the upcoming impact? I know I am. So I'm really not. It's almost like getting hit by lightning. You'd have to really be in the wrong place at the wrong time. And as of right now, at least, North America is looking like like reentry would occur before it makes it back to North America. But we'll see. We'll keep an eye on it. And I certainly wouldn't be nervous about it. I wouldn't lose any sleep about it. I wouldn't stress over it. These things happen. It's an interesting story. We'll keep an eye on it, but it seems unlikely to be a huge threat. So continuing to look through some of these questions here. So as of this point, we do not know when reentry is exactly going to occur. We think that it could be, based on the estimates from the orbital elements, that within about an hour. But there's still a kind of a plus or minus 1 hour on uncertainty. So hopefully that continues to get refined down as more estimates come in. And so I periodically get messaged with updates. So I'll keep you praised. Lexi Shade, thank you for the $5. Says, I live out of my car, so I couldn't donate much, but how would someone like me get access to maps like this, as I'm interested in science and space? So a really good place to go is actually to Heavens Above. So heavens-above.com. You can actually put in your latitude and longitude, and it will actually update you when certain satellites are going overhead, when the space station is going up overhead. You can actually look up this particular object and see if it's going to pass over you. And you can go and check it out. So appreciate the $5. Gazanar Gori, thank you very much. Gazanfar Gori, thank you very much for the $10 and the #1 fan emote there. That's awesome. We appreciate your support. One Rupted, thank you for the $5. Says, yo, WSG, is Texas gonna go boom shakalaka? Because I hope so. Well, hopefully it doesn't go boom. These pieces, will break up and slow down high up in the upper atmosphere. And really, the only threat is from metal pieces kind of raining down, right, in different areas. And so the only impact is actually where those pieces land. You step a foot to the left, a foot to the right, and everything's fine. They're not explosive when they hit the ground. So it's also looking like North America is unlikely at this point to see a reentry, just due to the fact that the reentry estimated time is now under an hour. And in order to make it back to North America, in particular, kind of the Texas area, would be something like 5 in the morning. So Texas is looking pretty safe at this point. Avaram Green Hut, thank you for the $10. What if it were to hit a fault line, nuclear facility? Any chance it takes out Congress? Thanks for the commentary. Well, I think if it hit the fault line, there's not enough mass to cause any problems. If it hit the nuclear facility, they usually have a lot of backup systems, so I think we'd be okay with that. It would be unlikely to cause damage. I know that these domes of nuclear facilities, containment domes, are actually even designed to withstand an aircraft impact, almost to, kind of withstand a 9/11 style impact. So the mass of this object, especially once it's broken up into many pieces, will not be enough to actually penetrate the containment dome. So nuclear facilities would be okay. Congress depends on your political interests, I suppose, but if you've got a solid roof over you, you're probably good to go. Thanks for the commentary and thanks for the $10. Connie Philip Pelly, thank you very much for the donation. Appreciate it. Morgan Westerman, thank you for the $5. Says, I just wanted to thank you for the live stream. I've been watching you for hours. You helped me realize the reality of this impact. It's not Armageddon. Yes, and that's the one thing I just really want to emphasize, is that it really isn't Armageddon. It's an interesting event. It's potentially a fantastic light show. If you happen to see it, it probably would be extremely beautiful. But yeah, it's nothing to freak out about or worry about too much. It's just an interesting thing in this universe that we live in that's going on right now. Eric here, Sanford, thank you for the $5. How is the altitude increasing? And the answer is that this is in a elliptical orbit. All orbits are ellipses. You have a high point to the orbit called the apoapsis and a low point to the orbit called the periapsis. And at any given time, it takes roughly 90 minutes to orbit the Earth. You're going between a high point of that orbit and a low point of that orbit. So you're seeing periodic changes in altitudes going up and going down and going up and going down in a cyclical fashion as the object orbits the Earth. So totally normal. And as it climbs out towards the high point of the orbit, the altitude increases, and then as it goes down to the low point of the orbit, it decreases. So kind of normal effect. So taking a look at the ground track here, it has now kind of cleared. News approaches the next kind of land area. But again, low risk. 70% of the Earth's surface is covered by ocean. That's the most likely endpoint for this thing. If it does land on land, less than 1% chance it hits any human whatsoever, and then the odds that it hits you is like 1 in 8 billion. So very low chance of it having any kind of bad outcome. So we'll keep an eye on this for you here. And in the meantime, if you have questions, feel free to put them in the chat. If you want them to go to the front of the line, go to the super chat, and we'll just keep keeping an eye on this all together. So one thing, I do have a little bit of an update. One of my colleagues here saying a bit of a stat that is helpful. Its current track is 90% over the ocean. So again, looking really good for a non-human, kind of outcome to this thing. So most likely at this point, looking like could be an ocean landing. So we'll hope for that. Somebody asking if it causes damage, will the Chinese government be responsible? There are treaties in place between spacefaring nations, so that if there is damage or injury caused by another nation's sort of space activities, there is a process basically for compensating any victims if there was to be some kind of bad outcome to this. But odds of that are incredibly low. So it's really good news. So just seeing what other questions you guys have. So current estimate is saying about 46 minutes away from potential reentry, the middle of the reentry, period. At this point, I would say this thing could reenter almost at any moment, but it also could reenter, after this time period. I think the plus or minus estimate right now is about an hour. So it certainly wouldn't be it certainly is possible it could go, it could go later. So we're continuing to monitor the situation. Clarky's Weather and Stuff, thank you so much for the chat. Asking, will it pass over Australia again, or are we now in the clear? I do believe there may be another pass. There. I can't see further out right now on the ground track, but I do think it's possible it could pass over a different part of Australia. So it certainly is a possibility. Roroanoa Zoro, thank you for the donation. How much money I will receive from China if the rocket destroy my house? Salute from Brazil. Hopefully lots, right? But hopefully it doesn't destroy your house, and it's a hypothetical question only. But I think the odds that it hits your house is like sort of like winning the lottery. I think pretty low odds. Samir Singh, thank you for the donation. Says, appreciate what you do for us space enthusiasts. We'll bring back the debate on the safety of space tourism, you reckon? Yeah, so possibly. Obviously the more flights you have, the more rockets are going up and down. But as long as you safely and in a controlled way deorbit the upper stage, then it's not really a problem. And as we move more towards rockets like Starship that are completely reusable, we won't be leaving any debris at all. The super heavy booster will fly back and land in Texas. The Starship itself is fully reusable. So in that situation, we're not dumping anything. We're just taking everything back up and back down out of orbit with us every time we go up and down. So I think in the long run, this sort of situation doesn't have to be long term. Masha Shah Hiroki, thank you for the $5. Could it have crashed in the ocean, and we're just waiting to find out? How long would it take to find out it crashed if it did? Hoping it's in the ocean. Yes, it's possible. It could re-enter in any moment. And if it does, when we would find out about it is during the space surveillance radar update. We would actually, the object would be gone. So that's how we would find out about it. David Murphy, thanks for the $10. Murph in Windermere, Florida would like to know how the rocket will be tracked if it lands in the ocean. Well, the answer is it will not show up on the next radar update. So that's how we would know about it. Max Humphreys, thanks for the $5 Canadian. I'm just waiting for the altitude to inexplicably start going down, and that's when we will know it's reentering. So we may not see that immediately. This system is updated based on the latest orbital elements. It comes in periodically from the Space Surveillance Radar. It goes through a company that actually does processing on it to try to determine the orbital elements from it and the ground track. So we may not know immediately, but we will know when it disappears off this Space Surveillance Radar. One Rupted says, yo, you ignore me. It will, okay. A little bit of trolling going on there. Godless Blessings, $5, thank you, says, good. Just put up my badminton net, woo. My fingers are crossed to catch a piece of it here in Southern Oregon. Yeah, does not look like it will re-enter in the United States, but you never know. If the estimate ends up being far off, it could if it ends up being several hours late. Hello Ducky, thanks for the $10. Says, hi again. Based off past accidents, do you think this will change future launches? How does it work per country? If that can be explained briefly here, I'm sure that's complicated. So yeah, it is best practice in the aerospace industry to deorbit your upper stages in a controlled way so they go into the ocean. And most countries do it. The European Space Agency does it, NASA does it, SpaceX does it, United Launch Alliance does it, JAXA, which is the Japanese aerospace group, does it. So it's definitely the smart thing to do. And thank you for all the super chats. I apologize, I can only see 4 at a time. So if I miss one of your questions, I'm so sorry. Jean LaCroix says, at what altitude does it start to decelerate? So it's not exactly at a specific altitude. It already is decelerating. It's in the outer atmosphere. It is slowing down as we speak. There's a sudden increase in drag that occurs, at a certain point, kind of around the Kármán line, which is roughly, I think it's like 50 miles or so in altitude. Daily Capture, thank you for the donation. Will it crash in India? It's possible. The last ground track took it over part of India. It's possible this next orbit, may take it over India again. It's not ruled out, but we don't know yet. It just really depends on the time at which it comes down. Maddie Gaga, thanks once again. Final one for me, LOL. How could we just mop it up? How could we just mop up from existing space junk, like a beach cleanup? It would be nice to see that. Good night, peace out, bro. Well, thank you for all the donations over the past couple hours, Maddie. Really, really appreciate it. Yeah, it's a challenging issue. Space debris is tough. There's been some talk about how you could possibly use lasers to kind of, if you have very powerful ground-based lasers, shine it in the direction the object is traveling, heat up that side of the space debris, cause outgassing, and use that sort of outgassing as creating some mild thrust that could sort of bring some of these objects in sooner. But it's tough, especially in this case where you have this object which is like 22 or 23 tons. You would need a really, really powerful laser to, make an appreciable impact on the speed it's moving at. So it's a tough it's a tough thing. Perhaps someday we'll see Starship, kind of go and grab some of these things out of different orbits and collect them all inside of a big cargo canister and deorbit them. If the money was there to do it, it certainly would be an interesting thing to see and a good thing for the safety of astronauts. Aylin 2PO2, thank you for the donation. When is the crash? How much time? So this is an estimated time till reentry. So we don't know if it's going to come down exactly in 40 minutes from now. We don't know if it's going to come down a little sooner. It could be reentering already, or whether it's going to come down later. An hour after, right? There's a certain amount of uncertainty, and we don't know yet exactly the exact moment it's going to come down. But we're keeping an eye on it. I've got a colleague now who's keeping an eye on the latest updates and sending them to me as they pop up. So thank you very much for that, chat. So yeah, latest update. It is currently over the Southern Pacific Ocean once again. The next orbit, the next area it will see land will actually be kind of really southern Central America. So kind of right between North America and South America. And so we're continuing to monitor the situation, the latest updates from the radar. We're hoping to get another one, fairly soon. And we'll continue to update the estimated time until reentry until we have knowledge that it reenters. And we may not know exactly until we start seeing either videos from the ground, from people filming the fireballs coming in, or whether we see it disappear off one of the space surveillance radars and all of a sudden it's just missing. That will be confirmation that reentry has occurred. So somebody asking what the red dots are. These are ground observation stations. So these have nothing to do with where it's going to land. These are just kind of people that are keeping an eye out for it. So lots of questions in the chat, just kind of generally about safety. For the most part, the odds are very, very high that this thing is going to land in ocean at this point. The odds that it lands on land are very low. And even if they do land on land, very, very low chance that it actually, lands in a place where it's going to actually hit somebody. And you think about it, even if you live in wherever you live and, you have a backyard and there's space between houses and there's roads, there's lots of space where people aren't at. And even if pieces land on your house, well, odds are if they're small enough, they won't even penetrate the roof. And only the very largest pieces could actually potentially be a hazard. But the odds that they actually land on somebody, very, very low. And that's a great thing. But certainly nothing to be too concerned about. Everything's going to be fine. Far higher risk of getting hit by lightning or getting in a car accident or getting run over or, one of the more modern hazards of living. So nothing to be concerned about. Somebody asked, why don't they just land it in the ocean? And that is actually what is typically done, is that space agencies will fire their engines so that you have a controlled reentry over the ocean as opposed to this uncontrolled situation where it could land wherever. BLXRZY, thank you for the chat, for the super chat. If it lands on land, how big will the damage be? So the damage would be very small. It's literally like dropping pieces of metal out of an airplane. You don't want to get hit by one, obviously, but you move an inch or two away from where the piece landed and there's no impact whatsoever. So these aren't coming down like explosive missiles from Armageddon or something. These are literally just pieces that fall. They hit a terminal velocity between 100 and 200 miles an hour typically, and land. So you don't want to get hit by one, but it's not gonna, create a crater or send shrapnel out or anything like that. It's very it's much more chill, if you will. So a couple of people asking about North America. It does seem that it will be deorbited before it reaches North America again. If for some reason it stays in space longer, the estimates end up being kind of off. It would have to be in space for several more hours, which would really be unlikely, until the early morning hours where the ground tracks would actually go over the United States or go over North America. So somebody asking, is the FAA grounding all passenger flights? No. As of right now, there's no plan to do that whatsoever. And the odds are it won't even pass over the United States again. This thing is on its way out. Somebody asking, will it make a noticeable bang once landed? So obviously the big metal pieces could make a bang as they hit the ground, right? A thud, I think, is probably a better way of describing it. And thank you, Clark Seas Weather and Stuff, for the donation too. Now what would occur is if you see these pieces reentering, you see a bunch of just train of fireballs, and as this object reenters. But once it gets low enough into what's called dark flight, where it's no longer glowing and it's slowed down to more of a terminal velocity, there's this period where it's still going supersonic. So it's like you go from this hypersonic where it's glowing like crazy to the supersonic regimen where it's cool, but it's still moving pretty fast, to this terminal velocity where it's like 100 or 200 miles an hour. But while it's moving supersonically, you can actually potentially generate sonic booms. So those sonic booms would sound like thunder or sharp bangs. So if this does reenter close to where you are, and you see a bunch of fireballs, and don't be surprised if you don't hit a bang or two. Pokey John Breaks, thank you very much for the $5. Says, I love your voice. You should do a podcast. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's always fun to talk about science and technology and engineering in space. These are topics I really love, and it's just fun to do. Kind of educate people about some of this stuff too. It's always fun. So as you can see on the ground track, it is continuing to move over the Pacific Ocean, now kind of approaching the sort of Panama region, would be the next kind of crossing over on the ground. And really, reentry could occur at any time. There's enough uncertainty in these estimates that I wouldn't be surprised if if reentry is occurring as we speak. It also could occur right on the money, the estimate, but also could occur, an hour after or so. Also wouldn't be surprising. And these are challenging calculations that these companies are doing to determine the estimated time for reentry. You have this object that is rotating end over end at about 12 times every minute. And even in the recent footage, you can actually see that. You can see it get dim and get bright and get dim and get bright. And that is from that tumbling, as you get different amounts of light reflecting and this thing is tumbling. So because of that, the drag is doing the same thing. It goes from high to low to high to low to high to low. So you have all these effects that are going on. And thank you, Aylin, once again, to PO2 for the donation. Trying to see them as they come in. The chat's going pretty quick, so just trying to pull out questions as I see them here. And do apologize if for any reason I miss anybody's. Somebody asking for when it reenters, how long does it take to get to the ground? Anywhere between 5 and 20 minutes, depending on basically it's called the ballistic coefficient, or basically the ratio of mass to atmospheric drag for the object, which varies based on different pieces, because this thing will hit, it's basically a cylinder. It's about 100 feet tall, about 16 feet across. Aerodynamic forces will destroy it into many other pieces, and those pieces then, depending on their mass, will basically land at different times. Tegan Nance, thank you for the $2. Is it going to hit Charlotte? Does not appear like it's going to make it all the way back. It's going to stay in orbit that long, but we'll see. These are only estimates from different companies based on the recent data. They can be wrong. Bumblebee, thank you for the $10. Were you on Married at First Sight? So no, I am single. Thank you. Sandria Lacewell, $4.99. Thank you for that. Will it hit Korea, and how bad will it affect the Earth? So it's not going to affect the Earth really at all. It's going to be about the same as if you took an airplane up and you had either a small airplane crash or you pulled out some metal pieces and started chunking them out the door. So it's not going to be this cataclysm. You obviously don't want to get hit by one of these pieces, but it's not going to, create any kind of effect on the Earth. Black Hole Sun, thank you very much for the 10. Appreciate it. And Marco, Magician Hypnotist, thank you very much for the $4.99 and the clapping emoji. Very cool. Stephen Rusa, thank you for the $10. As I'm betting on the coast of East Africa, hope to miss inland. Will a satellite capture the fall for a close-up? It's such a great question. I don't know. I would hope perhaps one of the infrared bands on one of these weather satellites might be able to pick this up. I know it happens with meteors sometimes, where you can actually, these satellites will pick up signals, from the heat generated from, the entry of a bright meteor or asteroid or meteoroid that's coming in. So it does sometimes get picked up. There's also military satellites that pick up to look for thermal plumes from missiles launching and things like that. So odds are some satellite somewhere is going to see something, and hopefully that footage or some of it gets sort of released at some point. That would be very cool. Hal 9000, thank you very much for the $50. Awesome. All these worlds are yours except Europa. Attempt no landings there. Wise advice, Hal 9000. Thank you. Well, the Life of Cubing, thank you for the $4.99. Says, will the rocket debris hit me while I'm pooping in Costa Rica? Well, it depends on the timing, I suppose. Timing of both the reentry and your bathroom visit there. So we'll see. Somebody asking in the chat, what does that circle mean? The circle is basically an indication of where you would be able to see this if it was reentering. So if you're on the outer ends of the circle, if you're outside the circle, you would not be able to see it. If you were on the very edge of the circle, you would see the reentry very low on the horizon. If you were in the center of the circle and you look straight up, the reentry would be occurring right above you. And if you were somewhere in between, you would look maybe kind of halfway between the horizon and straight up, and that would be, where you would look for the fireball. So it's basically a visual indication of where you might, see this object. Would it be visible from the ISS? So the ISS is in a different orbit. Sometimes by sheer coincidence, they can be on the same side of the Earth, if you will, or the same, portion of the Earth. And so the ISS might see it. I don't know. I imagine those astronauts up there are aware of this, and they're probably having somebody giving them updates. So possibility. Rosa here, thank you for the $9.99. Where's it most likely going to hit? So the latest update I was seeing was showing somewhere in the Mediterranean Sea was the best estimate. However, this is very much subject to change. If it lands a little earlier, it could be one thing. If it lands a little later, it could be something else. So we're keeping an eye on it. David Murphy, thank you for the $5. Says David Murphy in Orlando would like to know if it will be visible in the night sky when it enters the Earth's atmosphere. So it very well may be. In fact, if you happen to be in this gray circle at the time when it's re-entering, it would likely be a phenomenal show. It would be this beautiful train of fireworks and meteor-like effects going on in the sky. It would be really quite something. And I'm hoping that when it re-enters, it does so over the ocean, but does so in a place where maybe somebody from the shoreline could film it. That would be pretty neat to see. And Holly St. Martin, thank you also for the $5. You say keep it up. Well, we will definitely will keep it up. Has it started breaking apart at all? So the answer is we don't know. We're waiting for the next space surveillance radar update to tell us from military assets. And so I've got a colleague who's monitoring all that stuff and will message me as soon as we have more information. And how will we know that when it's landed? There'll be first of all, it will disappear. It will disappear off this space surveillance radar. So there'll be an update where it's missing. And then there may be social media stuff. There may be video of this reentry. It's definitely not subtle. Definitely wouldn't be subtle if you happen to be in a place to see it. Caitlin, thanks for the $2. Thoughts on if humans could survive on Mars? So yeah, Mars has like a wide variety of temperatures, anywhere from up to like 70 degrees Fahrenheit at times, all the way down to, many minus 100 degrees or more, at the poles. So the key issue is can you make oxygen, and can you make a fuel source on Mars? So the answer is there's plenty of CO2, and there is a process called the Sabatier process to break apart that CO2 and actually create in the end methane and also oxygen that could be used for breathing. So the answer is in theory yes, and in fact the recent Mars rover that landed has an experiment to actually test out some of this, and they actually have created methane and have created oxygen on that experiment. So yeah, I think Mars could be, humans may one day not only visit Mars, probably on Starship, but also, but also live there long term. GND, thank you for the donation. Say hi to Brian. Well, hey there, Brian. I hope you're doing well and having a good time. Enjoy, monitoring the situation. Alien 2PO2, thank you again for another donation. What do you think it crashed in Europa? And what happened when it crashed? We see it live. And how long will you be online? So we'll be online, either me or somebody else, or the stream will be up, as long as it takes to come down. It might crash in Europe. It certainly is a possibility. We don't know yet exactly when it's coming down. A lot of the ground tracks are kind of headed that way right now. Still, the most likely outcome is the ocean. But if will we see it live? We hopefully we get some good footage from somebody who happens to catch it. But if you live in Europe, wouldn't be a bad idea as this gets closer to go outside, look up, and who knows, you might see one of the craziest light shows of your life. The ROSA still don't know exactly where it's going to hit yet. We're waiting on some more updates here. And while I'm waiting, I'm going to take a look at some of the feeds that I have as well, see if we can't get some more information. But yeah, right now, if you're in Panama, look up and have your phone ready just in case it happens to be re-entering. That would be interesting to see. Chris Kelly, thank you for the donation. Appreciate that. That's awesome. What's the time frame again? So the best estimates we have, we're saying about, the kind of the center of the reentry point would be around 22 minutes away. So we are getting close to when this thing could potentially come down. And we're continually looking for further information to see if we can't refine that more before this thing comes down. How loud will it be? Again, the pieces landing would be thuds, but the actual event, as those meteors kind of, from all the pieces, kind of go dark and are still supersonic on the ground, you could definitely hear sonic booms. You could definitely, it sound like thunder type of thing. So it could be potentially loud, but only if it happens to be like right over you or fairly close. So it looks like the next landmass, kind of going over some islands in the Caribbean, but it's going to be going over the Dominican Republic. It'll then be passing over the North Atlantic. And for anybody who's just joining us, basically this was a Chinese Long March 5B rocket that was carrying the first module of their space station that they put into orbit recently. It was a cryogenic hydrogen and cryogenic oxygen upper stage, or really it's a core stage. There was no upper stage on this rocket. It had a number of strap-on boosters, which were liquid kerosene, liquid oxygen. Took off from China, safely delivered the first module of that space station into orbit. And then, for whatever reason, they were not able to do a controlled reentry. Either they weren't trying to, or they were out of fuel, or they ran into some technical issue. Thank you, Vale, for the super chat. You're in Germany, and we'll wait until it lands. So Vale 1405, thank you very much for that. Yeah, let me know if anybody does see it. Let me know. Bethany Morgan Smith, thank you very much. Yeah, my name is David Gonzalez. My background is I'm actually an engineer. I work in my day job at a startup building large vertical takeoff and landing drones that make 1,500 pounds of thrust called Aerial Vehicle Automation. And so we're building cargo drones that will eventually carry cargo long distances. And so I do that during the day job, aerial vehicle automation. And then I also do, I've worked covering space launches for the last 10 years, from the end of the space shuttle program to Falcon 9 launches, Falcon Heavy launches, Delta IV Heavy launches, Atlas V launches as well. And of course, more recently, Starship launches. So I'll go out and shoot videos as well for that. Kay Andrews, thank you very much for the donation. Why does something like this just spiral downward in orbit instead of just falling to Earth? Because in orbit, you're actually moving sideways relative to the ground. And so as you start hitting the air molecules, it starts to gradually slow you down. And yeah, it's this kind of gradual degradation in altitude until you get into thicker and thicker and thicker air until pretty much it starts turning a lot of energy into heat, and down you go. Marcine Prime, thank you for the donation. How frequently do we get updated radar tracking measurements? So the answer is it varies. These space surveillance radars are in different parts of the world, different locations. And depending on where it is in the orbit and where the space surveillance radar can see, it really varies. So sometimes we're getting them every 30 minutes. Sometimes we're getting them, every hour. It just sort of depends on where it is. Raindrops, thank you for the donation, saying Jesus is Lord. Here's a question: why do different live trackers have totally different numbers for altitude? And the answer is, there's different data sets that they're using, and so different. In theory, they should all be the same, but also depends, on what altitude are you measuring to? Are you measuring to sea level? Are you measuring to the local ground, ground altitude? If it's not over the ocean, so just kind of different reference points. So sometimes you'll see between different trackers little subtle differences. Brayden, thank you for the donation. Will it hit me doing the Tennessee muzzleloader? Well, if you're in Tennessee, I don't think it's going to make it back to North America. That's sort of my personal estimate based on all this data we have coming in. But you never know. Keep an eye on it. We'll see as we get updated orbital elements here. I'm just going to do a few checks here. Yeah, so this next orbit will take it over Europe. It'll also take it over kind of parts of the Middle East and out and just barely skim part of Australia, but it's probably 90% or more ocean on this orbit. So assuming it does come down this orbit, it's looking most likely like an ocean landing, which would be ideal. Canadian Republic, thank you for and Kayla Drew, thank you for the chats. So Kayla, did you mention more about the drag? I'm in a fluid mechanics course right now, and I'm interested in the dynamics of the system. Yeah, so the drag, the upper atmosphere expands and contracts based on different weather patterns, whether it's in sunlight or not, and also due to different space weather. So as the upper atmosphere gets hotter, it expands and it goes out more into space, and this can cause a higher level of drag than if it's contracted. So there's lots of different effects. It's quite complicated, but that's kind of what that is. And Canadian Republican, those red dots, thank you for another donation. Those red dots are basically observation sites. So there's either people in boats and ships, in the case of some of these dots in the ocean, or most likely people on the ground that are keeping an eye on it. And Biljana Parapovic, thank you for the $5. Are they saying where it will hit? Round about what area of the world? So, right now the next estimate is that it comes down, here, really, gosh, in 16 minutes, we're kind of getting close. So, it could be coming down already. It's only an estimate. There's about an hour plus or minus of these estimates. So it's possible the thing's already out of orbit. We're waiting on orbital updates. We don't know when the next update is yet. Hopefully we hear something soon. It's also possible it'll come down an hour or two later. These are our estimates of a very complicated system that's spinning and Michelle, thank you for the chat as well. When it does finally crash, does China have the rights responsibility to recover the debris, or is it a free-for-all? Do other countries want the tag? So good question. I imagine that China, might want some of the pieces back, but most likely wherever it lands, the local folk are gonna probably grab them, and there's obviously a financial incentive to, put them in a museum or whatnot. And there's also, other countries who might want to know, hey, what alloys are they using in the metals? Hey, let's put a borescope into the remaining engine parts. There's definitely some reverse engineering that people might want to do. Thank you, Zorro, for the chat as well. Great job covering. And how do we stop this from happening? We may have escaped today, but maybe not next time. Well, that's true. And the answer is do what everybody else is doing in the space industry. If you launch a rocket and you have an upper stage, or you have a stage of it, and if you carry enough fuel so that you can safely bring it back down to the ocean in a controlled way, so that people don't have to worry about it. Brogan, Marin Sick saying Satan is king. Also, what color is the rocket? Thanks. So my understanding is that the rocket is a white color because of at the launch the core stage was painted white. So my understanding is that it's white. So people kind of asking various questions here. Let's see, can't the government shoot it down? So in theory, there are anti-satellite weapons that can be used, but if you blow it up, you might end up sending pieces to higher orbits, and those pieces at higher orbits could be a hazard to other satellites or to other astronauts that are flying around. So it's really frowned upon to do anti-satellite tests. Ella Hockley, thank you for the donation, saying Dalton is my hero. Go Dalton. So Dalton, way to go. So as you can see on the ground track here, continuing to move along here, could fall anywhere along the red line at this point. Estimated time to re-entry is something like 13 minutes, 13 and a half minutes roughly. Does look like it will do a pass over Europe. So if you're in Europe right now and you want to see potentially a good show, go outside and take some video. And then once those meteors go out, go inside, just in case. But the next land it will go over is basically the Portugal and Spain area from the look of it. And then it will pass over the Mediterranean Sea. We'll go over some of the islands of the Mediterranean and then pass over Italy. Maybe it looks like part of Greece. And then we'll carry along. WLR, thank you for the donation. Says it looks like it's going to hit somewhere. Well, it definitely will hit somewhere. Hopefully water. Chris Orr, thank you very much for the $20. Every little bit helps support what we're doing here. KHRQX asking, when is it going to hit? Well, the best estimate is in about 12.5 minutes. There is high uncertainty in these numbers, though, and so we don't know. So we're discussing now. We're trying to see when the next space surveillance radar update could be. I'm just going to take a moment here. But yeah, the next place that it could pass over would be Europe, in particular Spain and Portugal. So it'd be nice. Ideally, it would land in the ocean, but would have some maybe footage from the shoreline showing some pieces coming down. That'd be pretty exciting. Father Jeremiah Talala, sorry if I messed up your name. Appreciate the donation. Very cool. Kef Money, thanks for the $4.99. Happy Mother's Day, Marianne. So happy Mother's Day to Marianne and all other mothers out there as we get ready to go into Mother's Day here. Reyna, where do you think it will hit? Well, that's the million-dollar question, right? At this point, the estimated time till reentry is something like 11.5 minutes. That might put it either out in the Atlantic Ocean, could be Spain or Portugal, could be the Mediterranean Sea or one of the islands of the Mediterranean. There's a substantial amount of uncertainty as to whether it will actually come down then or not. So we'll see. But if you're in Europe, get your cameras ready just in case. Tom Hagen, thanks for the $5. Will it look like when the space shuttle crashed on reentry? It will look very similar to the space shuttle Columbia, which disintegrated on reentry. You could have multiple glowing pieces with plasma streams coming off them. So it's definitely would be similar in appearance to other reentries that have occurred. Faith S, thanks for the donation. You say 128 milyar Nerende Tayyip. Mortoza Ashraf, can I see it from Germany? So looking at it here, it might be just visible near the horizon in Germany, depending on what part of Germany you're in, particularly southern Germany. If you have a clear view to the horizon to the south, you might just be able to see something, but depending on local weather conditions, cloud cover, all that, could have an impact on that as well. Madirdi Moneydeep, thank you very much for the donation. Really appreciate that. UFMAM, thank you for the $10. Awesome. KHRQX says, my cousins are in Europe. Well, send them a message, tell them, hey, there could be some excitement to be seen. Jason Van Diesch, thank you for the donation. Should planes be worried of a collision? Thank you. So, it's up to the local airspace authorities in any of these regions. If they want to issue a NOTAM or provide a warning or tell them to, hey, get out from under the ground track. I think the odds of pieces hitting a plane, it'd be really bad luck if that happened, like really, really bad luck, getting hit by lightning kind of thing. But hopefully there's at least some awareness of what's going on there. Flyers Man, thank you for the $10. Awesome. And I see lots of chats. The rate of chat is very high as we get kind of close to sort of the predicted endpoint. So if I do miss one of your messages or questions, my apologies. We're doing the best we can to keep up with them. There's a lot of them. So here's what we know as we kind of get into this final, within the potentially final 10 minutes. This was a rocket launch to launch the Chinese space station. It did successfully get the Chinese space station core module into orbit. This is the core of this Long March 5B booster, and they were not successful or not able to basically take this thing out of orbit. So it's basically in the process of undergoing a uncontrolled reentry. At this point, we don't know whether it has. It's possible that it could have reentered already. It's possible that it'll reenter right around this estimated time, and it's possible it could be a little bit after. But at this point, along the ground track of this thing is taking it right towards the western coast of Portugal and Spain. Then we'll fly over the Mediterranean, out over some of the islands of the Mediterranean, and just to the south looks like of Italy. And looks like almost just to the south of Greece as well, maybe just sort of kissing it. So that's how we're looking currently. Still lots of ocean. Could come down in the Atlantic, could come down in the Mediterranean, could come down over Spain or over Portugal. If it's still up, we're awaiting updates still for the space surveillance radar. Laura Wabler, thank you for the donation. Z Tiffy, thank you for the donation. Chad Davis, appreciate it. Says, I remember seeing a reentry in the late 80s. Yeah, that must have been cool. I've seen a number of meteors myself. I have not really seen a planned reentry. Dana Reamer, thanks for the $50. Says, I work for the ISS program. Thanks for showcasing this stuff. Oh, you're very welcome, and thank you for the work you do on the ISS with NASA, with the European Space Agency. That's awesome. Keith Nation, thanks for the $5. Thank you for the watch. Can you tell Gina Happy Mother's Day? Well, Gina, Happy Mother's Day to you, and Happy Mother's Day to all the other mothers out there. Charlene Perrin, thank you for the $5. So as you can see on the screen here, we are approaching the western coast of Europe, Portugal. So once again, very low risk of any kind of injury with this type of thing. The biggest thing that could happen most likely is you get a brilliant light show. But the odds that any of the pieces that come down land on you or land on any houses or cars or anything are very, 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 very low. Kay Grayson, thank you. Are uncontrolled reentries common? Hi from Becca, if you're still watching from your sis. So, they're more common than you think. There's a lot of upper stages from rockets that are left over even from the 60s and 70s. And periodically they make uncontrolled reentries. Ben Hagen, thank you for the chat. Medurpi Manadeep, thank you for the chat as well. How do we estimate the time till reentry? So at this point, the best time we have is about 5.5 minutes away. That's the best estimate we had from the last radar data. And we're working this in the background, trying to figure out, if we have better data or not. So far, we haven't had an update. So, not sure what that means yet. Hopefully we get further information soon. Access Boutique, thanks for the chat. Really appreciate it. But yeah, at this point, should be passing over Portugal and over Spain. So eyes up if you're in those areas. Get some video. Possible it's already in the ocean. It's possible that it's not yet and won't re-enter for some time. We don't know yet, but we're going to stay live here. Christian Lopez says, just looked at live sky view from New Zealand. How many rockets and Skylinks are flying around up there? Meteors are beautiful. Cheers. Yeah, so I know Starlink, which is the SpaceX constellation now, has put up many satellites. They're launching, I think it's like 60 at a time now. That's really a lot. And the most of the time they're not visible, because they're high enough altitude where you can't really see them. And if they're not lit up by the sun, you don't see them. But certainly there's this whole new communications network that's being built. Shadi, Chloe, and Prank, thank you very much for the donation. Awesome. Welcome to Cabin Crew, JMNTA 805. Good, glad to have you. So this minute, about 4 minutes or so, a little under 4 minutes to the predicted reentry time. Does not mean it's going to come down right on the reentry time. Could be a little before, could be a little after. We're continuing to monitor it carefully, and we're really ready for radar, waiting for radar updates. We're trying to find some definitive sign that this thing has gone down. So I'm checking that. Let's see here if we have anything. So we have no further radar updates at this time. We're waiting to see what the fate of this thing is going to be. Continuing to check the latest updates here. I'm just looking at some of the other monitors too. So still no definitive updates on the radar. So at this point, we're going to assume that it could be coming down literally any minute, if it hasn't already. Thank you very much for the chat, Gabriel Cipriano. Appreciate it. So just a quick recap as people are jumping on the stream here. So basically, this was a Chinese Long March 5B rocket that launched from China and was carrying their first module of their space station. After separation, successful launch and separation of that space station, they were not able to deorbit it for whatever reason. Not sure if they were trying or not sure if they just had a technical issue, but they weren't able to get it deorbited. So now we're, based on radar data, we're estimating this time for reentry really to be around 2 minutes from now. Brianna Lopez, thank you for the chat. She says, if it hits a volcano in the Canary Islands, would it trigger an East Coast tsunami? No. So luckily, the mass is not high enough that it's going to be any risk to a tsunami. And the most likely outcome at this point is that it is either landed in water already, or that it is about to land in water. And the odds of it actually landing on solid ground are low. And even if it does, the odds of it landing on people is less than 1%. And even if it lands on people, the odds of it landing on you are 1 in 8 billion. So really nothing to be concerned about. It's an interesting event though, having any situation that brings potential metal debris raining down. It's kind of an eye opener. So we're keeping an eye on it here. So about a minute away or so from reentry. Appreciate these super chats as they come on. Still monitoring various feeds here. Still no video of reentry. Still no radar data showing that it's missing yet. So we're watching. But this could be, as they say, the last lap. Could be on its last lap. We'll see. At this point, estimating 1 minute away from the kind of potential reentry. Leo Perez Castillo, thank you very much. I want to say hi to Noah. Hope you're having a good day, Noah. So rocket currently passing some islands in the Mediterranean Sea, just to the south of Italy. So if you're out in Italy, go have a look, see if you see any fireballs. It's possible at this point, any minute. At this point, our live altitude data is really based on the previous orbital elements that we had from the last space surveillance radar reading that came in. So we don't know if it's still up there or if it has come down and sunk into the atmosphere. We're still waiting on an update for that. But possible reentry could be in progress at any time now. Jason T, thank you very much. You said it was at an altitude of 159 kilometers. It peaked at 198 kilometers a few minutes ago. Is it possible that it skipped off the atmosphere and gained that much altitude? So no. So this is basically data based on the normal orbital elements for this orbit. So every orbit is an ellipse around the Earth. There's a high point and a low point. And so at any given moment in orbit, it's going between the either rising towards the high point or falling towards the low point on the orbit. So this is sort of residual data. We don't know yet at this point whether this thing is dead or alive. It's sort of in this zombie-like state where we don't know if it has re-entered or if it's landed. But if it has re-entered, from the moment it starts to re-enter, it's around between a 5 and 20 minute period for the pieces to actually sort of hit the ground. So AB, thanks for the donation. How long does it take to land after re-entry? So that just answers your question right there. Between 5 and 20 minutes is the time period. So yeah, if you're in Italy or if you're in Greece, if you're in Turkey, Egypt, Libya, Saudi Arabia, Syria, Iraq, Israel, go outside, take a look, see if you have a light show. 8EL Guy 1, thank you very much for the 20 bucks. Could you please wish my wife Fanny a happy Mother's Day? Well, Fanny, hope you have a brilliant Mother's Day, a great Mother's Day. And to all the other moms out there as well. Have a good one. Brad Gray, thank you for your hard work. Thank you very much. Thank you for donation. Helps keep this going. So this is the exciting limbo state that we're all in together at this point, where we haven't had a radar update in a while. We're looking for some sort of confirmation, some sort of video of this thing re-entering somewhere on social media, or some indication that this thing has actually re-entered. There's a lot of uncertainty in the re-entry timeline, so we've gone ahead and put it as possible re-entry in progress. Kelly Des Rosiers, thank you very much. Why are there so many evil people in here wanting to harm Israel? Well, we hope nobody gets harmed. We're all humans and trying to survive on this planet Earth together. So, but politics are politics. People get all amped up about that kind of stuff. But yeah, as you can see from the ground track, anywhere in this grayed out region, if you live in any of these areas where you're in that kind of grayish bluish circle, go outside, take a look. Reentry could be in progress, might have already occurred, or might be yet to occur. But if you are in these areas, please do let us know. If you see something or you don't see something, that's good information. And your information could be as current as any information anywhere. So still waiting on any kind of confirmation at this point. Checking the feeds. And you have to imagine there's probably some military radar that is tracking this. John Lewis, thank you for the donation. Tell Dave he's rubbish at COD, please. Okay, Dave, you're rubbish at Call of Duty. So at this point, should be going over the coast of Israel. So if you're in any of these areas, again, I kind of emphasize, see if you see anything. If it is re-entering, you'll see it'll be unmistakable looking up. And do appreciate everybody who's been donating in super chats and everybody who's supported us throughout this stream today. It's been fun. We've had a couple of different commentators. Really enjoyed talking about all this. But yeah, we're in this limbo state, and we're continuing to wait for some confirmation that reentry has occurred. Dave Murphy, thank you for the $20. Wishing Christina Murphy in Windermere, Florida, a happy Mother's Day. So happy Mother's Day, Christina Murphy. It is exciting to see, when you see how many people are interested in space and in engineering and technology. It's the key technology that makes our world tick. And we're in this space age, and it's always a good opportunity to learn. Evan Ogra, excuse me. Thank you very much for the $5. Hello from New York. Can you give a Mother's Day shout out to Dr. Maria Cartanea? Sorry if I botched the last name, but happy Mother's Day to Dr. Maria. Really, really appreciate it. So at this point, just a quick update. The rocket stage is currently passing over Saudi Arabia, if it is still in orbit, if it hasn't deorbited yet. Looking at social media feeds and radar updates, we still have no definitive confirmation that this thing has come down or not. So we're waiting some kind of an update. There was an hour plus or minus on uncertainty from the latest update, so we don't know yet if it is down yet. Anthony, thank you for the chat. Will it pass over the USA if it's up there longer? Yes, it will. But it would have to be up there a lot longer. So the passes are basically really after kind of the midnight time frame where they start to really pass over the US. So it's possible if these estimates end up being way wrong, and who knows. But at this point, it does not look like it's going to last that much longer. Specs, SZN, Thank you for the chat. Let's hope it doesn't hit anywhere to harm people. Yes, exactly. Let's hope it ends up dropping in the ocean, or if it does land on land, it just ends up in a field somewhere, or desert somewhere, or field, crops or something where it doesn't harm anything. And it would be neat after all this too to see some pieces of it. We've been talking about it now for several hours, and people have been thinking about it for several days. So it certainly would be a historical artifact if any of this gets recovered. But we obviously hope it doesn't land on anybody. So at this point, kind of passing through the middle portion of Saudi Arabia, it's then going to pass out into Oman. So if you're in Saudi Arabia, Oman, Yemen, go outside, take a look. Let us know if there's a fireworks show. People ask, why is it hard, to figure out the exact time? It's because the thing is tumbling end over end, and it's passing through areas of the atmosphere that are very high and have a very difference in density that can occur just based on space weather environment. So people don't know we actually don't know what the density of the atmosphere is up there. It's only an estimate. Yamagata Nobuyuki, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. And as always, I'm trying to answer questions from the chat, but if you want anything to rise to the top, feel free to super chat and we'll get on it right away. Classy Essentials, thank you very much for the $10 and the thank you emoji. Very cool. So at this point, as always, anywhere in this sort of bluish circle zone is an area where if you happen to be near it and it was re-entering, you would be able to see it. If you're on the edge of the circle, it'd be low on the horizon. If you're dead center in the circle, it could be right above you, so heads up. Jay Kuradijan, thank you very much for the chat. Awesome. Says thank you, this is awesome. Well, we think you're awesome too. Jason Russo, happy Mother's Day to Jill Russo. David Moore, happy Mother's Day to Andrea Moore and Kim Stanley. Happy Mother's Day. People asking, are we safe? So we don't know yet. We don't know whether this thing has re-entered already or not. So we're trying to figure that out. So Sandria Lacewell, thanks for the chat. If it hits the ocean, will it cause a tsunami or spike in earthquakes? The answer is no. And that's the good news, is that this thing is 22 tons roughly, 100 feet long, 16 feet across, big object, but not big enough to cause any kind of tsunami or earthquake. It's only really a hazard if it happens to land right on you, right? But the odds of that are very, very small. You're much more likely to, trip down the stairs or something, or fall just moving around and suffer an injury than to get injured by this thing. Clarky's Weather and Stuff, thanks for another donation. I honestly think it may land close to or on Australia. So that was his message. So who knows? If we don't know yet whether it has entered or not. So far we're not seeing any videos on social media or anything. So it may still be up there. We're keeping a close eye on it. Just checking the latest feeds here, see if there's anything new. Not as of right now. Sky, thank you for the donation. Oh, hey, Destiny, ha 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 ha. So hi, Destiny. Ben Dover, altitude is dropping, probably going to drop in the Indian Ocean. Thanks to Ben. We know what's going on there. TFFF-MSS, happy Mother's Day to Nana from Jackson. So happy Mother's Day to Nana from Jackson. Isn't it great in the age of technology? You can get anybody to say anything. Chris Orr, thank you very much for the $25. How fast is it going? For perspective, how long from land to New York to LA? So don't have a calculator handy, but it's, if it is still in orbit, it's moving north of 17,000 miles an hour. So that is a very, very quick trip, no matter how you look at that. Heiser, thank you very much. Greetings from Germany. Great stream. Thanks a lot. I've seen nothing in South Germany yet. So thank you for the data point there. So nobody saw anything in South Germany, at least. Aiden Charming, thank you for the money. $5. What's Earth's reentry height where the rocket would start burning up? 100 kilometers? Yeah, 100 kilometers, roughly the 50-mile range is about where that starts to happen. It can actually happen a little bit at higher altitude than that. but that's where the drag really starts to, to kind of increase, like crazy. Abigail Vipperman, thank you for that chat. This is real helpful. Thanks to Snapchat map, it just passed over Israel according to recent snaps within 5 minutes. So yeah, that's right on with what we were talking about there. And I'm curious, Abigail, if that was, if it was burning up in Israel, or if it was just visible, as a satellite still. Real curious to hear on that. So at least as of Israel, likely was still up and up moving still. So Aiden Charming, thank you for the $5. What's Earth's reentry heart? Okay, so we just talked about that. Dave Winefield, welcome to Cabin Crew. Appreciate it. So yeah, at least it was up still over Israel. So once again, a large amount of uncertainty in these estimates for when this thing is going to come down. We knew this was the center of the estimate, but the estimate was plus or minus an hour. So this thing could very well still be up there, waiting to have its moment. David, my grills, footage and images of it flying over Middle East via Twitter thread from DJ SNM. So thank you very much for that update. So it's still flying from the look on social media as it was passing over the Middle East. So it's likely still in orbit. Seems to be pretty good. Ready for launch. Thanks for the $10. Thanks for doing this. What goes into estimating when and where it comes down. So there are space surveillance radars usually operating by the U.S. military and other sources. This information gets fed into a variety of private companies that have their own algorithms for trying to estimate when this stuff comes down. But there's still a wide amount of uncertainty, plus or minus an hour or more, even this close to it. And so, we're still on the seat of our chairs over here too. Aiden, thanks for the money. Happy Mother's Day to Iris Sager. Happy Mother's Day to Iris Sager. Says, scream it. She's watching the stream. So thank you very much. Mother's Day to Iris. K Elon. Happy Mother's Day to Metacarpal. Thank you for the super chat. Masha Sharoki. People are saying they saw it over Jordan. Okay, another great piece of information. Thank you for the chat as well. This is the great part about social media, is that we are having updates literally coming in just minutes old, saying this thing is still in orbit. So we are waiting with every moment in time. The odds that it re-enters increases. Abigail Vipperman, thank you very much. Says, from what I can tell, it was all in one piece and very high up. Okay, so that was the Israel report. And so as of that point, it was still very much intact. So at least as of, seems like Israel and the Middle East, there was no reentry. Will Richardson, shout out to Laura McDougall. So shout out to you, Laura. Thank you for the chat. So very cool. So we do have updates from the pass over the Middle East that was still in orbit, still in one piece, no fireballs yet. So it's now entering out over the Indian Ocean. We'll see if it makes it. Will be interesting to see if when it's sort of revisualized either from people in Sri Lanka or southern India, if anybody sees it there. Eric Griffin says, doggy coin though, Dogecoin. So thank you for the chat, Eric. Vicky, thanks for the chat. I'm in Western Australia. If it does happen to make it close to us, we'd be able to see it in daylight. So you will not see it if it is not re-entering, but if it is re-entering, you could most likely see daytime fireballs. So yeah, so keep your eyes peeled for us. So it won't be as obvious, right, if it's during the day, but it still would likely be bright enough to see. So yeah, really looking forward to those updates. Somebody asking, is it a hoax? Definitely not a hoax. People are seeing it. Andy Fry, Kratos812, thanks for the feed. Can you give Tacey Fry a shout out for being a great dog mom? So Tacey, thanks for being a great dog mom, and happy Mother's Day. Glasswell Candle Company, thank you very much for the $5. William Schulberg, happy birthday to Dad. Andy Fry, already did your comment. And apologies if I missed any of these. Michael Smith, thank you very much. They're coming in pretty fast, and I'm kind of going between different feeds here. We're looking to see if we have any data, anything new here. But at least as of the Middle East, it was still in orbit in one piece. We have it from multiple sources coming in. Yeah, it looks like people seeing some stuff on Twitter. Yeah, still one piece. It's fairly bright, I think, because it's such a low altitude now. So people are kind of crowdsourcing the visualization of this thing. So very, very cool. It's where social media can be really awesome. 333 Purple Dog. I'm in Perth, next landfall, but it is cloudy. Bummer. Almost where Skylab landed in 1979. I survived that. Getting excited. Exciting. And yeah, Skylab was what I was talking about earlier, a couple hours ago on the stream, where did a reentry mostly over the ocean, but pieces ended up landing in Australia, and a lot of those pieces ended up in museums. So it ended up being a big tourist attraction, seeing these pieces at this big space station. Husam Yosef, thank you very much for the $10. Says save Sheikh Jarrah, free Palestine. We try not to get too political, but we read the messages as they come in. Crazy Ray, $5. Thank you very much. If we are in a 10-mile radius when it crashes, would we feel a quake? So you won't feel a quake from the actual impact of the pieces, but you may hear sonic booms, which could shake your house or would sound like thunder. So you can't rule out sonic booms. Jacob Bryan, thanks for the $5. Says thank you so much for your extensive and thorough coverage. Cheers from Indiana. Well, thank you very much for the donations. This is really, really helpful. So it's exciting to see everybody watching this together. We're waiting on some kind of next update, continuing to refresh all the feeds and see if there's any radar data. So people still watching it on social media at this point. Is over the Indian Ocean on the way to the southwestern coast of Australia. We know that it was intact as it came over the Middle East, but fairly low altitude. And so we're watching that. So Lexi Aldridge, thank you for the $5. Says thanks for this information. Me and my cousin are very interested in this. We are from Pennsylvania. Well, hi to you and your cousin. And thank you, Hussam Yusuf. Says free Palestine. So people asking, would it create any kind of tidal wave? There will be no tidal wave created from this. The biggest impact is if it lands on some piece of property or a person, right? But the odds of that are very low. At this point, it's traveling over the Indian Ocean. If it were to come down now, it's in a safe spot. Caleb Harrower, thank you for the donation. Is there an estimated time that they're predicting it'll hit? So the answer is, we have passed that point where they originally predicted it would hit. However, there's about a plus or minus an hour time frame on that. So sometime in this next orbit, we think it's going to come down, according to the latest data and the experts and companies that basically try to look at this data carefully. So continuing to watch the situation. Rocket is currently over the Indian Ocean. Again, this was, thank you, Jackson, for the donation. This was a Long March 5B rocket. It carried the Chinese space station to orbit. For whatever reason, they either chose not to deorbit it or they were unable to deorbit it. And so it's currently undergoing a uncontrolled reentry. Okay, so an update, Elzar 760 says, Aerospace Corporation says it may have reentered, absence of new data sets, etc. Okay, so very interesting. So it's possible it could have reentered. We're going to continue to monitor, look for confirmation of that. Daryl Lynn Alvarez, thank you for the $5. Says, shout out to my hardworking husband, Tony from Chicago. So thank you very much. So we're continuing to monitor the situation very carefully. They said absence of new data. I'm not sure if that's referring to on one of the radar stations where they were expecting it or not. We're continuing to watch it. Diego Pardo, thank you very much for that thumbs up. So the orbital ground track is currently over the Indian Ocean. We knew it was intact coming off the coast of the Middle East. So we think that it may, there's some potential it could have come down or be coming down over the Indian Ocean right now. We're awaiting some kind of confirmation. Obviously not a very inhabited area, but we do know it made it through the Middle East. The next possible place where it could be seen would be Australia. It is daylight there, so they won't see it if it's still up. But if it's coming down as fireballs, then it would be visible. Obviously, a lot of land mass over there, so we're awaiting some kind of confirmation here. So if you're in Southwest Australia, now's the time where you start thinking about heading outside and looking for things. Somebody asking, is Hawaii safe? So as of right now, it doesn't look like it's going to make it all the way to Hawaii. We'll see, though. And even if it does, there's low potential for accident or injury. You know, there's a lot of space on Earth. That's one thing that's nice. There's a lot of open space. You know, it can be deceiving when you live in a city, you know, because you see tons of people. But you know, most places on Earth are still very much uninhabited, which is good when you have these sorts of situations. So I see lots of Australians in the chat. Yeah, definitely looking forward to hearing what you have to say. A couple people asking, is it radioactive? It would definitely not be radioactive. So no hazard from that. How can it re-entry when re-entry starts at 100 kilometers, 62 miles above the Earth? Sea level and altitude at the moment is approximately 157 kilometers. Yeah, so there are high and low points of the orbit. You know, these orbital elements are based on the latest data that we had from space surveillance radars. This is based on the assumption that it is still in orbit. So because orbits have a high point and a low point on the orbit, you know, it's possible that that the low point of the orbit is already taking it inside the atmosphere, and if that were to happen, you know, it would very rapidly deorbit. Melissa Dunstan, thank you for joining cabin crew. Chris B, thank you. Says James Gill is hiding in the corner of his basement in New Jersey. Can you tell him it's safe to come upstairs? Well, James, I would say no need to hide in the basement any longer. Head on upstairs. I don't think it's going to make it to the U.S. It'd be pretty shocking. Champion Gold Gaming, will Brad Pitt be safe? I think most likely, if he's in the United States, pretty safe place right now. I don't think it's going to stay in space that long. You never know, but you know, we'll see. So Bethany Mihai, thank you for the donation. Thank you everyone who's been asking questions via Super Chat. It really helps us throughout the day get through all this. Eon Boyle, thank you for the donation. Do you think the rocket will be affected by Candace? Not sure what that's quite referring to. Mr. Bretzel Emino, sorry if I get your names wrong. Is Canada safe? So at this point, it looks like North America, it's not going to stay in orbit long enough to reach North America. It'd be pretty surprising if it does. Annabelle, thank you for the donation. Thanks for this. Please shout out to my boyfriend Johannes. We're tuned in. Well, shout out to Johannes. Champion Gold Gaming. Will Mia Khalifa be safe? Hopefully. Megan Ashcroft, North Perth Westfield. Thank you for the donation. And again, these are coming through very quickly, so I do apologize if any of these if I miss any of these. Big Lemon, if it landed on my property, would I own it? So this gets kind of a legal gray area, you know. Oftentimes, you know, for spacecraft, the owners of the spacecraft do claim they have ownership. However, depending on what country it lands in, you know, whether they have local jurisdiction, you know, for that, you know, varies. Greg Tanner, thank you very much for the $2. Says anyone in New Jersey should worry? Question mark. Or I guess my answer is, if you're in New Jersey, you shouldn't worry. It's most likely either re-entered already, preparing to re-enter. So appreciate that. Somebody asked me, what do you do? So my day job, I do run a company that builds large vertical takeoff drones called Aerial Vehicle Automation. We're building drones that can carry make 1,500 pounds of thrust to carry several hundred pounds at a time. So initially cargo, then who knows, maybe one day humans, we'll see. But that's what I do in my day job as an engineer and as an executive of that company. Proud.army.family, thank you very much for the $5. Says happy Mother's Day to my beautiful daughter-in-law, Cassandra in Wisconsin. And the other part to what I do is I do cover rocket launches. I've been doing it for about 10 years, from the space shuttle to Falcon 9s, Falcon Heavies, Starship, Atlas 5 rockets, you know, Delta 4 Heavies. I've covered been fortunate enough to cover a wide variety of rockets and film them on my personal channel, which is David Go Jr., David Gojr. Samantha Belfiore, thank you very much. Can you say hi to Joe McKenzie? He has a tummy ache. Well, I hope, Joe, that your tummy ache gets way better, and hope you're doing well. So at this point, we're approaching the southwestern coast of Australia with this center stage here. And if you're in Australia, now's the time to kind of go outside, start kind of watching the horizon, keeping an eye on this thing, see if you see any kind of fireballs. The state, we're in a sort of a zombie state. We don't know whether this thing is dead or alive at this point. We don't know whether it's re-entered already or still in orbit, but we do know that it's likely coming down soon. It's getting dragged in by the Earth's atmosphere. So I'm going to take a brief moment, just check some of the feeds here, see if a colleague sent anything new. So this will pass almost directly over Perth, Australia, if it is still in orbit. So if you're in Perth, get out there, take a look. Let us know if you see anything. You kind of glance on social media every now and then, people mistake an airplane for the trails, but you do know it was still up as of the Middle East and Jordan and Saudi Arabia. Of course, it's now been in. Somebody asking, is New Zealand in danger? And so that's your ESM. So the answer is the ground track does go over New Zealand. We don't know whether it's re-entered yet or not, but the ground track does pass over New Zealand, so keep an eye on that. Alex the Goat YouTube says, R.I.P. Candace, she got hit by the rocket. So Candace getting kind of trolled here in the chat. Susan Schultz, thank you very much for the $5. So continuing to monitor the situation. So Perth, Australia is kind of the next zone. Megan Ashcroft North Perth Westfield says, shout out Brandon, I love you. Give him that shout out there. Maddie Gaga, hey, welcome back again. A massive shout out to my cousin in Australia, Bunduga VIC, Oscar Riddell. He is tuned in. Well, hello to Oscar Riddell. Little JO2 Gaming says, why you is you and me is me? Who knows? That's one of those fundamental questions. The fickle finger of fate, right? Neguenar Nadaye, thanks for the $2. Says, paint on canvas on IG. I want to meet some of y'all. Go check him out. Thanks once again to everybody on the super chats. He's been going today. So at this point, we are moments away from the passing of this this Chinese Long March 5B stage passing over Australia. If it is still in the air, we don't know. It may have re-entered. We don't know yet. Grayson Powell, thank you very much, saying Steve Kornacki has got nothing on you. BA Method, thank you. Schrodinger's rocket. So yeah, right at this moment, if you're in Perth, it should be right above you. If it's still up, or if it's gone down the Indian Ocean, there won't be anything. But also, if it's still safely in orbit, you also wouldn't see it because it's in the middle of the day there, so there won't be enough contrast. Jason Jones, thanks for the $10.69 donation. Dogecoin to the moon. Tyler DeVole, thank you for the donation. Will this be observed by the orbit of BOFA? I am not sure. Great question. I don't know off the top of my hand where BOFA is. Mary Stokes, could you say happy birthday to Marissa Bobo? Well, happy birthday to Marissa Bobo. And it's cool. We have this kind of convergence of people from around the world monitoring this in different languages and different places. So I do apologize if I mess up on any pronunciations, but doing my best. Saying Iraq is freaking out from the rocket. Well, you shouldn't be worried about it now. It should have passed you safely. We know that, it did make it out of Saudi Arabia in one piece. So we're continuing to monitor this thing. It's right over Australia right now, about to fly back off the coast. So it looks like it'll pass over the kind of very northern area of Tasmania and then out to New Zealand after that. So So Bertram Whitman, shout out to Tom H. What's up from Northridge? Donna Anderson, thank you for the chat. Shauna K, how unusual is for it to go in orbital velocity like this? Well, not unusual. In fact, many rockets are launched every year now, so not too unusual. Continuing to go through these. Bonnie B says, "Tell Randy I love him." Well, Bonnie loves you, Randy. Michael Haas, where is the rocket.com? Yeah, we don't know. That's the question, right? Money to Mooney Productions, 1172. Thank you very much. Asking, where do babies come from? You have to open up your biology textbook for that. Kind of funny story. Even though I'm an engineer now, in college I actually was a biology major and then took extra engineering physics. So go figure. Can answer that, but probably too much detail for the stream. Flyersman, thank you very much for the $5 donation. Doge Elon Musk, Mars coin is the new thing to Mars. So Doge Elon Mars coin, the new thing to Mars. Interesting. Masha Sharoki, thanks again. Some people are saying the rocket is down. Again, not sure if it's true or not yet on Twitter. So we're keeping an eye on that as well. We're still waiting for some kind of formal confirmation, either from one of the radar surveillance sites or waiting for confirmation in the terms of a video of reentry occurring. So at this point, possible it may be down, as we've been saying, but we don't know yet. So I am seeing some indications on Twitter claiming that there may have been reentry, but we're unverified as of right now. We know it made it off the coast of the Middle East. So as of right now, we're getting ready to, we're passing south of Australia. Next landfall would be kind of just northern Tasmania from the appearance of it here. So just continuing to monitor the chat here. Thank you very much for the super chats. Apologize if I missed any. Pamalab FB, thank you very much. Palmeiras, Nautem Mundial. I don't know if I said that correctly, but thanks. Ceci, thank you. Went to the live chat here. Eva Jordan saying, thanks for the $5. I am eating a granola bar right now, and it is absolute gas. So thanks for that one. Vicky, no re-entry over Perth, Western Australia. Okay, so thank you for the update, Vicky. That's awesome. Good, solid information there. Appreciate you following up and donating as you did it. Salty Dog 001, thank you very much. Happy Mother's Day to my beautiful, kind, and golden-hearted Shannon Yost. So happy Mother's Day, Shannon. And thanks for the donation. Can I get a shout out to Cody and Taylor Andrews from Auckland, New Zealand? So shout out to Cody and Taylor. Hope we don't get hit. We'll see. Shout out to Exotic Leopard 92. He's my bro. So at this point, if you're in Southern Australia, keep an eye out for any kind of fireball show. Even kind of the Sydney region, keep an eye out. Anywhere in this sort of gray or bluish circle could potentially see it. And if it is re-entering, if there is a fireball re-entry, you would likely see it during the day, as long as there's not clouds blocking you. So keep an eye out there. But you can see from the ground track, flight over the kind of the northern part of Tasmania and then flight over New Zealand. Trevor Gretzky, thank you. Marshall Dines, thank you. I want to wish Lisa Dines a happy Mother's Day from Alex and Kara. Richard Gruber, is Papa John Shatner the man who once ate over 40 pizzas in 30 days going to be okay? Hopefully. Kristen Lopez, thank you. Kia Kaha, New Zealand, we got this, we always do. Well, anybody in any of these areas, please do keep me updated. If you see, keep us all updated. You've got 44,000 people here who want to know what's going on with this. The whole world is watching. So continuing to check here. Still no formal confirmation that it has landed at this point. this is kind of interesting. So I am seeing something on Twitter showing potentially fireball in Oman, but too early to tell whether that is it or not. And we did have reports from. Okay, Anthony Quintano, thank you for the $50, saying Chinese rocket down over Indian Ocean according to Chinese government. Okay, very interesting. Let's see if we can get a confirmation. This thing may be down. It's possible. So continuing to check here. So still waiting on formal confirmation. China's Human Spaceflight Agency predicts Landmark 5B reentry occurred at 2 UTC today, plus or minus 15 minutes. So that's a prediction based on the orbital elements. But once again, until we have radar confirmation or we have video, then we don't know. Okay, continue to look here. Read some super chats. Thank you very much. Anna Drew Pramil, thank you very much. Rick R says, was worried about my wedding next month in New Jersey. Shout out to my fiance Megan. Love you. Thanks for covering and pray all are safe. And Trevor Gretzky, thank you again for the chat as well. And once again, apologize if there are any super chats I've missed. They're moving very quickly here, and sometimes I'm multitasking, so do apologize if any are missed. But at this point, if this thing is still in the air, it would be headed towards New Zealand right now. And so the Chinese government saying they think it, based on their orbital elements, that it would be down in the Indian Ocean, but we don't know for sure. You know, their guesses is likely not any better than ours. They don't have likely any better data necessarily than we do. Leslie Vianet, thank you very much for the $5 chat. Appreciate it. So yeah, just kind of waiting on further information here. At this point, if it is still up, it would be approaching New Zealand. So anybody still in southeastern Australia now, you know, let us know what's going on for sure. I'm just checking my messages here, see if there's anything new. Okay, so my colleague just did post, important. CZ5B China has announced that the estimated time of reentry will be at 10:12 plus 15 minutes on May 9th. At the center of the reentry area will be located 28.38 east longitude and 34.43 north latitude, Chinese rocket. And so we're still trying to confirm that, if that is actually down or not. Somebody is saying, spacetrack.org, that they spoke with the team. We have indications the rocket is down. Once they get radar confirmation of nothing in orbit, which will be at after 0300 UTC, they will release a final message with time. Y'all can start hiding in your bunkers. So there are some people, various sources, now kind of getting more and more credible that this thing may be down. But we're still awaiting that radar confirmation at 3 Zulu. So hopefully in around 10 minutes or so, we'll have some formal notification here. KCG, thank you very much for the $5. Would you mind promoting my hubby's YouTube channel? Coffee Pot Space Dad. It's about family life topics. If not, I understand. Happy face. Well, happy to read out super chats as they come in. That's the benefit. Tyler DeVole, thank you very much for the $10. The astronaut Yuri Retart said this could land in Europe, but of course that seems like most of the sources are now converging on possibly a landing in the Indian Ocean. We're still awaiting confirmation. We'll see if on this expected radar update around 3 UTC, which is in about 10 minutes from now, if this thing actually is down. Joseph Fish, 1966, thanks for the super chat. So if it is down, you know, it would appear that it was sometime after passing over the Middle East and before it reached Australia. We're still awaiting though. Ashley Page, thank you very much. She says, I'm in Allendale, South Australia, and saw absolutely nothing in the sky, just a few clouds, but enough clarity to see any kind of light show. So good to know. So we're getting a lot of reports that people saw it in the Middle East, in Oman, in Jordan, in Saudi Arabia, and then people were not seeing anything in Australia so far. So does support that it's possible that it went down in the Indian Ocean, but we're waiting that final confirmation. So we are all in this together, just kind of seeing what the final outcome of this is. Is it down? Is it still up? If it is still up, it would be going over New Zealand right now. So anybody in New Zealand, please take a look for us. Let us know. Let us know in the chat whether it's down. Happy Mother's Day to Susan Bobo. Thanks, Murray Strokes, for the chat. So kind of like as I've been talking about the whole time, if it does end up in the ocean, that was always the most likely outcome. El Eco Loco, thank you very much for the chat. Happy Mother's Day to Yolanda. Mike Bowers, Safe Moon Token to the Moon. Thank you for the donation. Maka Framala Lama, live long and prosper. Live long and prosper to you as well. Yeah, Spock would say. Johannes Klusch, Annabelle, I love you so much. I can't wait to see you in 15 sleeps. Lil J02 Gaming, also Hot Dog Water 52. He's my bro too. So thank you very much for those chats, guys. So at this point, should be over now the far, basically eastern coast of New Zealand at this point. Be curious to hear if anybody there has seen anything. It does seem we are getting reports that it may be down, according to many different sources. We are long past our, the estimate of when the window began for reentry. So, Mari D'Angelo, happy Mother's Day to Cheryl Ann from her hubby Robster. Trevor Gretzky, I'm in the doghouse. Can you help me cheer up my girlfriend? We love the channel. Well, Trevor's girlfriend, I hope you get Trevor out of the doghouse soon. He's sure been nice to us today, so we really appreciate it. Okay, continuing to monitor the feeds here. Hoping for an update here in about 6 minutes. So lots of reports coming in about an Indian Ocean landing still. Still trying to confirm those with some sort of solid radar, situation where the object is missing from the radar. Still looking at multiple sources, still radar confirmation awaiting. At this point, it is now flying out of New Zealand zone. Be curious if anybody in New Zealand saw it. Chris B, thanks for the play-by-play. James Gill finally came up from the basement. Well, good. Glad James is finally out of the basement. Or it's safe now, it appears to be. Masha Sharoki, thank you very much once again. Says Jonathan McDowell, insiders at Space Force reporting that data indicates the rocket has indeed re-entered, but awaiting for confirmation, i.e. it correctly fails to show up on radar next time around. Okay, so it seems like some of the Space Force folks, the experts in all this, do think it may be down, but awaiting that radar definitive confirmation that it's missing. Pamelov FB for Bolsonaro, thank you for the donation. Specs SZN says, I saw the rocket 2 minutes ago in Melbourne. I got it on film. Okay, interesting. Well, if you have it on film, feel free to post it on Twitter and it will get passed around and disseminated. So we'll see here. So at this point, the rocket center core stage, again, this thing was launched the Chinese space station up. Just to kind of give a quick recap, has been going through an uncontrolled reentry. We don't know yet whether it is down or not. There are a lot of experts who seem to think it most likely is, but everybody also agrees to wait for radar confirmation. So shout out to Rob Pfeiffer, long live Prog Rock, from Michael House. Thank you for the chat. So just awaiting confirmation. At this point, if it is still up, it is in the southern Pacific Ocean, and it is going on a very long cruise over absolutely nothing. No land, just huge ocean and for thousands and thousands of miles. So at this point, we're just waiting for some kind of confirmation. Debo, thanks for the $5. Can you do a shout out to Chandel and tell her Happy Mother's Day? Well, Chandel, Happy Mother's Day. Happy to do it. So we all watch this interesting historical event go down. What'll be interesting are what kind of happens after this is all over. Will the Chinese kind of aim to deorbit their rockets or not? Will lessons be learned from this? It'll be interesting to find out. Elise Kappener, thank you very much for the chat. Aloha. Happy almost birthday, Bree. So thank you very much for the $15 super chat. Awesome. And thank you for the $10 super chat from Mike as well. Every little bit helps and helps us to cover these types of events. If you liked, commentary today, and if you liked everything that was going on, we do appreciate. We know finances are tough, but anything you're able to donate is awesome. But at this point, we're still awaiting the fate of this core stage, and the definitive proof will come if we hear from one of the space surveillance radar teams that something's missing. So we're waiting for that. Still checking. Have more confirmations from Israel that it was visible when it passed over Israel. So here's what we know. We have lots of videos and confirmations that it passed over Israel, passed over the Middle East, passed over Saudi Arabia, Jordan. And then at some point between there and Australia, we weren't able to see it again. But then again, if it was still up, we wouldn't see it during the day because it's the middle of the day for Australia. So we'll continue to monitor this. Damien Greenwell, thank you for the chat. Huge shout out to all the mothers, and a double shout out to the mothers who are on the front lines battling COVID as nurses. So much love. So absolutely second that a million times. It's been a difficult last year for everybody. And it's nice that we can all be united to watch some space news together. Heather the lawyer, thank you for the chat. Can you say hi to Sophia from her mom, Heather? Well, Sophia, your mom, Heather says hello. Thank you very much for the 3,000 yen. I unfortunately can't read your name, but best wishes. Robert Hampson Music, thank you for the 5. Hi from Scotland, UK. I don't think the rocket has landed yet, as the UK news is still saying it's not landed yet. Well, we'll see. I think they're probably in the same kind of la-la land that we are, where we're awaiting some kind of formal confirmation. We have a lot of experts saying that it should have gone down by now. We know that it, made it out of the Middle East. We don't know anything beyond that yet. We haven't seen any videos yet. Izzy Chi, thank you for the chat. Frank Rosiak, shout out to Frank, and shout out Happy Mother's Day to my perfect wife, Yasmin. Happy Mother's Day, everyone. At this point, if this rocket stage is still in the air, it would be over the southern Pacific Ocean. Just continuing to monitor it at this point. See if we get a formal radar confirmation. We are seeing kind of conflicting information on whether it's down or not. We do have at least one report somebody claims to have seen it, but sometimes sometimes things can be confusing. So we're still trying to determine whether that's accurate or not. Oh, just doing another search here. Latest. Thank you very much for the chat. And yeah, appreciate the kind words here. Kirk Bidwell, thanks for the coverage. Been watching all night. Happy to be here. Happy to talk some orbital reentry stuff. Fun stuff. Just checking the latest updates here. Still awaiting formal confirmation here. So if for some reason it does make it to land still, if it has not landed, looks like we would be almost reaching Mexico. On this next orbit, so we will see. So it is 3 UTC, so we're just waiting for somebody to make a tweet about that last data here, or to see if we get an update off the space surveillance website directly. So we're we're looking at that. Thank you for the super chat. Hello from Japan. I hope not harm anyone. Happy Mother's Day. Well, we all hope the same thing. Odds are it's down the ocean somewhere, but we're waiting. Thanks for the new membership from Templeton. Welcome to Cabin Crew. And if you like this channel, we do urge you to subscribe. Subscribe to this channel. If you like me, my personal YouTube is David Go Jr. David Gojr. Again, David Gojr. We're here to cover space launch events for you. We're going to be covering a lot of other future space events, whether it be launches, landings, as the SpaceX program to fly, astronauts to Mars and to the moon continues. We're going to be all over that. So if you like what you see here today and you like this kind of coverage, there's a lot of good knowledge we can bring to those areas as well. And thank you for the chat. Take Note 101. Happy Mother's Day to beautiful wife Sarah. Happy Mother's Day there. So it looks like we do have some recent footage getting put up here. Probably one of the passes over the Middle East, perhaps. We'll see. Or let me see. Let me actually talk to my colleague here and see where this was. So waiting confirmation on that. Thank you for the chat. Thank you for the 1,000 yen. Tora, Invoke. Thank you very much. Seeing some interesting tweets here. Let me just see if we can confirm any of these here before I announce anything. So there are, some people posting videos of the 2015 reentry of the ATV Jules Verne capsule, claiming it's the Chinese rocket. So like anything on social media, you've got to be extra careful to make sure that the information is correct. Do you see video from Israel if it's still intact? But yeah, still awaiting confirmation. Oh, video from Oman looks like a long tail, like it was burning up or breaking up, maybe. So yeah, if that footage from Oman does indeed end up being genuine, it does appear like there is streaming going on, like it is in the process of reentry, but we don't know yet if that is correct video or not. Because again, people like to kind of pull hoaxes. They know that people are looking for this kind of video on Twitter, and they go on there and they post an old video, or they. So we're awaiting confirmation. Lisa Thompson, thank you very much. Hello from Michigan. Thank you for doing this. So you're very, very welcome. It's been fun to share the evening here on the weekend with you all. This has definitely been fun. Okay, so just still awaiting that radar confirmation. We know we were expecting that around 3 UTC, which has passed. We're about 5 minutes past that, so hopefully any minute we'll get some news. If this thing is still up, and that's a big if, it's looking more likely than not that it's down, but if it is still up, next landfall would be southern Mexico, just north of Guatemala and Nicaragua. So a few answers, will it hit Texas? Seems like almost no chance of that. It likely is, could be down at this point. We're just waiting for the formal confirmation before we call it. But really appreciate all the viewership on this stream and on space. I think it's a exciting time to be alive, where you have, being in a space age where things go right a lot of the time, and sometimes things go wrong. But that's part of the journey. And it is nice to see that other countries like China are getting to space and improving their programs as well. I think it helps all of humanity to have competition and different ways of getting things done. Snazzy 2.0, thank you very much for the chat. Thank you so much for doing this. I really appreciate it. Well, thank you, Snazzy, for helping us out. Zeraphils, thank you for the chat as well. Thanks so much for the commentary and maps. Super helpful. Well, thank you. So the thinking right now is that it may be down. Well, once again, we're just kind of awaiting any kind of formal confirmation. Thank you for the chat. Juhi Asha says, Jacob Bergen, I love you. So at this point, it is flying, across the day-night Terminator. Now it's in the middle of the ocean, so if somebody was around there, they'd be able to see it if it was still, in space. But we're very quickly headed into nighttime here over Mexico. And if it does not, appear visible there, that definitely would be a data point. The other thing is, since it is approaching kind of the very southern tip of North America, with being in Mexico, kind of Central America, I would hope that we'd be in range of some of the United States Air Force's space surveillance radars. So we should have some update here sometime soon. Vicky, thank you very much once again. Thanks so much for this as being super interesting, and your commentary has been A+. Well, hey, really appreciate that. We'll have to do some more of these in the future. This is, believe it or not, my first time doing one of these live streams, so it's fun to do one. I usually shoot videos of rocket launches and landings and that sort of stuff, and do a lot of engineering. So it's fun to come out here and talk technical stuff with everybody. So. So it will be interesting with this Mexico pass. If we don't get any videos from there, that definitely would be a data point. And Ethan, if you do see any updates, please message me so I can relay them here. Okay, looks like I got something here. Grepster123, thank you very much. Your message says Space Force has reportedly said that it has re-entered. Jonathan McDowell tweeted. Okay, so we'll check on that right now. If so, that would be good news. It would likely indicate it dropping into the Indian Ocean. And we are seeing that. Insiders, here's the tweet. Insiders at Space Force reporting that data indicates the rocket has indeed re-entered, but still waiting for confirmation, i.e. correctly it fails to show up on radar next time around, presumably somewhere between the Middle East and Australia. Stay tuned. And then 1 minute ago, an update, still waiting for Space Force confirmation, but indications are, with low to moderate confidence, the rocket probably came down somewhere over the Indian Ocean. Okay, so that matches very, very much what we've been saying based on the available information. So that's the latest. Hopefully we get an official Space Force, we'll call it and say, okay, it's down. We will see. Honey Clouds, thank you. This is very helpful. Thank you. Well, thank you very much too for the donation. We will stay here until we get some kind of radar confirmation. This thing is indeed down. If it is still up, it's approaching the southern area of Mexico. And if it is still up after that, it could actually make a pass on southern Florida. But it does appear that this thing is most likely in the Indian Ocean some minutes ago. Rod, thank you for the $100 super chat. You're the best. Says, thank you for sharing educational and informative data. We thank you. If you're ever in Chicago, let me know, and I'll give you a free haircut. Well, thank you very much, Rod. I really, really appreciate it. I know from the whole team here at Infinite Space, it means a lot to hear that the coverage was helpful and informative, and it's been an adventure watching this thing come down. So we will see. So already getting an update from retweeted by Jonathan McDowell. He says the CNSA/CMS official account on Weibo confirms that Long March 5 CZ5B booster has re-entered at 2:24 UTC, May 9th. The location of the re-entry is 72.47 degrees east, 2.65 degrees north. The CMS website appears to be down now. So apparently they made that post and then people are kind of swarming it to try to see more information, but it has crashed the website. So it is possible that this thing's down. We're continuing to get information that leads us to think it's down. Another update from Jonathan McDowell. China now reporting that it is down right over the Maldives Islands, which is in the Indian Ocean. So they're saying now reporting the rocket re-entered at 0224 UTC at 72.47 east, 2.65 degrees north, which is right over the Maldives, which you can pull that up on Google Earth. If correct, it will be interesting to see if we get any reports from there. So that is a populated island. Yeah, it would be real fascinating if somebody happened to get a video out there in the Indian Ocean. So interesting. It's also good information that we're getting, specific coordinates. It seems to maybe indicate maybe there was some radar data or something to support that. But we will see. We will see. Hopefully, in this world of phones, somebody could have gotten a shot of it. So as you can see here, colleague is looking to find the possible location where they're indicating it might have dropped. If it is still in the air, it would be coming right over the horizon in Mexico. So Ethan, the Maldives are kind of over, to the southwest of Sri Lanka, if you're able to locate that. But yeah, this has been really an exciting evening following this drama of this rocket re-entering. It really is quite the story. And this kind of thing happens from time to time, but it's unusual when you have this 23-ton object that's getting ready to fall down. There's the Maldives. It does appear to be off the ground track, so I'm a little skeptical of those coordinates, but we'll see. We'll see as we get more information here. Super chat from Andrew Blaine says, thank you for the stream. Well, thank you, Andrew, for joining us and seeing what's going on with this thing. So still no official Space Force confirmation. We'll hopefully get that soon. Jonathan McDowell making another tweet saying an ocean reentry was always statistically the most likely. It appears China won its gamble, unless we get news of debris in the Maldives. But it was still reckless, according to him. So, yeah, I will say, it'd be nice in the future if China can get those reentries from uncontrolled to controlled. I think people would breathe a lot easier and probably a lot less stress over, over everybody. So once again, I do see some questions. How will we know if it landed? It does appear it most likely has landed due to various reports, including from the Chinese government. However, we are, still awaiting radar data. Radar should have come around 3 UTC, which was about 15 minutes ago. So we're hoping maybe they're just carefully looking at that data, making sure they're not missing anything before they making an announcement. But I do think more likely than not, it came down somewhere in the Indian Ocean between the Middle East, Saudi Arabia, and the coast of Australia. So we're just trying to get confirmation. Lots of people saying that the rocket's down. If it was to still be up, it would be passing over southern Mexico right now. So if you do happen to be in southern Mexico and you go out there, take a look, just in case. Until you have that formal confirmation, it's sort of in limbo. Moki Tum Tum, thank you very much. Is it past Georgia now? It really, I'm not sure if you're talking about Georgia the country or Georgia the state, but it does appear that it most likely is down in the Indian Ocean. Sophia Murillo, thank you for the chat, says video of Twitter user WTF Lalbai, who lives in the Middle East, where you can see the rocket with a bright yellow glow. Looks like it's on fire. Okay, so I will go check that out. See what's going on there. We did have that video, possibly from Oman, that that showed, it looked like an object with kind of some plasma trail going behind it. So it's very possible that this thing was starting its reentry as it left the Middle East, and then ultimately probably came down somewhere in the Indian Ocean. That's the best information we have at this point. Looking at that video, by no means definitive. It could be, that could be a high altitude trail being lit up by sunlight. So I definitely wouldn't say that video is definitive, but looking at it, we'll see. Thanks for sharing anyway, though. Okay, continuing to look at this thing here. Christian Davenport, we're making a tweet, says there was a big public outcry after China shot down a dead weather satellite in 2007, causing a huge debris field that still causes problems today. Many U.S. officials think only public pressure will prevent another spent rocket stage reentry problem like the one we saw today. So that is something that, what is the aftermath of this whole event? And, these next 2 Chinese space station modules, too, are supposed to fly on the same rocket. So let's hope that, perhaps China will kind of see the public outcry and see that people were kind of worrying about this and everything, and will maybe, try a little harder on the deorbiting or fix whatever problem kept them from doing it. Let's hope for a better future with fewer multi-ton, 20-ton objects falling out of the sky. Whitney Rundledge, thank you for the super chat. She reports that Space Track on Twitter confirmed it's down. So we'll take a look at that. Space Track on Twitter. See if they're referencing any radar data or not. Yeah, so spacetrack.org is generally a pretty reliable source for information. So still no radar confirmation, but obviously there seems to be strong indications that it's likely down by now. So okay, well at this point, it may be down, but if you are in the southern region of Florida, and you do, if it is by some strange reason still up, we would appreciate reports over Florida at this point. it would be starting to become visible about 45 degrees high in the sky, and it will pass over south central Florida. So if you are in those areas, let me know if you see anything. Most likely down, but obviously would like to have some final confirmation for this. See again some more tweets here. Yeah, just further confirmation coming from China, CNSA, CMS official account, confirming that it re-entered. So really Florida will be the last kind of look at it, I think. Whitney Brutledge, thank you for the $5, says, I'm in Tampa and outside watching. Perfect. See if anything comes overhead. I think at this point we'd all be surprised if it's still up, but we will see. Stephen Childress, thank you. Welcome to Captain. Thank you for joining. I'm just having an internal discussion here with my colleagues here about where, if it did land in the Maldives, what those coordinates went to. Would be somewhat north of the ground track, so not totally 100% sure on that, but it likely did go down the Indian Ocean. But according to those coordinates from the Chinese government, it would have been very close to an island, if that is actually the case. But it also does appear kind of more north of the ground track than we would have maybe have expected. So we'll see. We'll see. Jennifer Tirado, welcome to Cabin Crew. Thank you very much. So at this point, if it is still up, it would be over the Gulf of Mexico, getting ready to make an appearance in Florida. Oh, actually, I would have already passed Florida. My screen lagged a little bit. Well, Jason Sutton, thank you for the super chat. And Masha Sharoki, hi, thank you for the chat. Aerospace Corporation tweeted confirmation from spacetrack.org, Long March 5B is down. So it seems to be the consensus at this point that it has landed in the Indian Ocean between the Middle East and Australia, the coast of Australia. Still possibly around the Maldives, although that report's a little bit unconfirmed because it seems to be a little further north of the ground track than expected. But we will see. Hopefully somebody got some video somewhere, and we can kind of get some closure on all this. But very cool, very cool. Jennifer Tirado updates us. Thank you for the super chat. Outside now, live in DeLand, Florida, by Ocala National Woods. So it's pitch black, and so going to look. Shout out to Savannah and Amy. We were all looking. So cool. So we've got some good spotters that were on the ground there in Florida, and doesn't seem like it has made it that far. Jared Kennard, thanks for the chat. Happy Mother's Day to my wife, Lori Mick from her husband, Barry. So happy Mother's Day to you, Lori. Well, do encourage everybody who's here to subscribe to this channel. We're going to continue to cover space events here. Somebody says I've been watching from Miami and nothing here. Ninja 2, thank you very much for the super chat and for giving us the update. Yeah, it seems very unlikely that it's still in orbit at this point. We're running on old orbital elements that haven't been updated now for some time. Still no confirmation from the United States Space Force, but they may be waiting for multiple different radar acquisitions to show that it's missing before they formally call it. But at this point, does appear that it came down somewhere in the Indian Ocean, according to consensus of experts everywhere. So for anybody interested in space news, Christian Davenport reporting the Long March 5B is down, possibly in the Indian Ocean. He says Elon Musk is up, definitely live from New York. So from one space news area to another. Bucktang, thank you very much for the super chat. Yo, can you say Happy Mother's Day to Sharina? Thank you. Well, Happy Mother's Day, Sharina. Also really appreciate the super chat. Ace Orbit. What's up, E-Train? Thank you for the chat. Gift Marima, thanks for the $5. Says, so the whole this time you're bluffing. I wasted 5 hours. So you can't be trusted because the predicted time is out. Well, it does actually appear that the predicted time was very close. We had said it would be plus or minus an hour. We saw it go over it was kind of estimating originally, and the last data we had was that it would come down perhaps, most likely in the Mediterranean. Appears to have flown a little longer, maybe another 15, 20 minutes or so. But then all reports indicating that it came down in the Indian Ocean. So do appreciate your support. These are always estimates based on very, very complicated rocket science, drag calculations, data processing, and ultimately, it looks like it came down very close to when the predicted time was. So. But the good news is, it appears that hasn't landed on anybody, at least as of yet. No news stories of that, and most likely came down in the Indian Ocean, off somewhere between the Middle East and the western coast of Australia. So a lot of ocean on this planet, lots of places to absorb things like that without hurting anybody. So that's good news, and we're always happy to hear that. Crazy Ray, thank you very much for the donation. Thank you for keeping us updated on the rocket. You're very welcome. What's cool is between radar updates, these companies that do reentry estimates and social media, it's cool. We're able to track, these objects and to a pretty reasonable point, figure out where they landed halfway across the world. So pretty amazing. GRD 11 friends, YouTube, thank you very much for the donation. What will happen if it lands in your state? Well, at this point, it looks like it won't land in your state. It looks like it's going to land. It landed in the Indian Ocean already. We're still kind of awaiting the absolute confirmation for that, but at this point, it seems that it most likely came down somewhere in the Indian Ocean. The Chinese have given coordinates, that seem a little bit too far north of the ground track potentially, but it does appear that we might have seen some plasma coming off the stage as it departed the Middle East, and then we know that it most likely didn't make it to Australia. So we know that it went down somewhere in that big wide ocean out there. It likely splashed down and maybe only disturbed a few fish. Reina, thank you for the super chat. Apparently the rocket is down, according to the Chinese government. Not sure though. And yeah, that's kind of where we all are right now. We're just presumably it's missing on the radars by now, I would expect. But and for anybody interested, pinned a comment, join the Discord server. So if you're interested in this kind of space stuff, rocketry, launches, landings, we're entering into a new era of exciting reusable rockets with a lot of the Falcon 9, Falcon Heavy, and Starship stuff. So be sure to join that Discord and follow us there. Well, still monitoring the chat to see if there's any further information or questions coming in. hopefully the whole point of this too was to hopefully keep everybody calm and collected, that there was always very low risk of it hitting anybody or causing any damage or even landing on land at all. So Nika, thank you very much for the chat. Gavanka, Nika loves you so much. So Gavanka, you're very loved by Nika. So we haven't heard of any reports either in Mexico, in Australia, New Zealand, or in Florida that this thing was visible. So last report was really out in the Middle East. We're kind of enlarging this video. That's purportedly the last video of it. We will see. It'll be interesting if we end up getting some more firm data on where exactly this thing landed. But it seems to be best bet somewhere in the Indian Ocean, which was always the most likely thing to happen. Continuing to look here, the latest feeds, spacetrack.org saying, we believe the rocket went down in the Indian Ocean, but are waiting on official data from at 18 SPCS, which is the 18th Space Control Squadron, which detects, tracks, identifies all artificial objects in Earth orbit. So that's what we're waiting on, is we're waiting for an official kind of US government post about this, the 18th Space Control Squadron. The reason we probably don't have immediate confirmation is they tend to do kind of an analysis. So Pat Schneider, thanks for the super chat, says satview.org shows the location of entry was latitude -37, longitude 131. Is this closer to the ground track? And I don't know off the top of my head on that. I'll take a quick look though. Yeah, so those coordinates would be off the southern portion of Australia. So it is possible, that is closer to the ground track. However, that's more kind of southern, south of Australia, and we didn't have any reports of fireballs or anything from Australia. So even though that is along the ground track, that may be a kind of an estimated entry point. Kimberly Harvey, thank you very much for the $6.99. Says thanks for the updates and educational live stream, watching from near Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Well, thank you very much. So just to kind of recap what happened, we had the Chinese launch their first module of 3 large modules from the space for their new space station that was on a Chinese Long March 5B rocket. And that's a variant that does not have an upper stage, so it has only a core stage and 4 strap-on boosters. It is a liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen rocket with kerosene and liquid oxygen on the strap-on boosters. They launched this orbitally to space, but then the core stage, did reach orbit, but was not able to do a burn, to do a controlled reentry for whatever reason, either intentionally or non-intentionally. We're not sure yet. As a result, this thing orbited the Earth for some period of time, and then now today underwent a reentry, likely into the Indian Ocean. So Shihan Chen, thank you for the $5 super chat. Can you explain why this rocket caught so much more attention than the uncontrolled reentry of the Falcon 9 not long ago, which did hit a farm? Yeah, it's a great question. The Falcon 9 upper stage is much smaller than the core stage of this rocket. This core stage of this rocket was almost 23 tons. and it was 100 feet long and about 16 feet in diameter, whereas the Falcon 9 upper stage is smaller. But so it just kind of caught, I think, more of the public imagination, being that massive, and the knowledge that much larger pieces would likely make it to the ground or into the ocean. So I think it's just that it was a much larger kind of threat by the amount of mass is probably why it ended up catching a lot more media attention than the the second stage of the Falcon, which they do try to deorbit those second stages of the Falcon 9. However, there must have been some kind of a technical issue. Horseshoe 621, tell Heidi that Doug loves her, please. So Heidi, Doug loves you. 6 degrees forward. JBpost.com confirms 72.47 east, 2.65 north. So another possible data point. Jeff Roma, thank you for the $5 chat. Stephen Childress, thank you for the $20. Hey, thank you for the coverage and happy Mother's Day to Kitten from Daddy Duncan and Lulu. So you're very welcome for the coverage. This has been exciting and kind of fun to see where this thing would come down. It looks like most likely it came down to the ocean, which is what we had always hoped for. It'd be nice if some video ends up popping up where it came down, but sometimes this happens. It was out in the ocean. So yeah, and kind of further addressing what happened with Falcon 9 upper stage is they did have a number of COPVs, which are composite overwrap pressure vessels that did re-enter. I believe it was in Washington State, on the Pacific Northwest of the United States. And initially there were some pieces found, and then actually some meteorite hunters went out there and were able to find more pieces. And those pieces were then taken. Actually, a friend of mine named Robert Ward went and recovered many of those pieces. And the carbon fiber material itself is very very abrasive, and it can get in your hands and kind of poke you almost like a cactus. So I know that he took it back to Arizona, and then eventually SpaceX Security ended up sending some people out to meet with him, and took those pieces off his hands just because of the possible hazardous nature of them being kind of those sharp shards of carbon fiber. But ultimately, nobody was hurt. There was no real damage done. So all's well that ends well. And there are some media stories about that whole recovery of those Falcon 9 pieces. And happens from time to time, And what is nice, even with the Falcon 9, is recovering that first stage. And normally we just throw the whole first stage into the ocean, which is arguably it's kind of like what you're throwing your trash in the ocean, right? So it is nice if you're able to reuse those rockets, both from a lowering the cost of launch access standpoint, but also just from a from an environmental standpoint, better off if you're not littering as much as possible. But at this point, it is good that this Chinese stage seems to have splashed down as best we can tell from the information available to us. I'm going to do a check here, see if there's been any further movement here. So no update yet from the 18 SPS. So no truly definitive update at this point. We do believe from multiple sources that it landed in the Indian Ocean, including the Chinese government. We do know from the eyewitness accounts that we saw it coming out of the Middle East with some plasma starting to appear on the back end of it, and then does not seem to have made it all the way to Australia. So, the best indications are that it is down. So I'm just going to pause here for a moment, take a moment, get a drink. I've been streaming for several hours straight, but at this point, it seems to have splashed down in the Indian Ocean. Obviously, we'll wait for future official confirmation, and we'll post anything on screen if that comes up. But it's been great talking with everybody here and chatting with everybody about this excitement. But it does appear to have landed. So. All right. Well, I think actually at this point I'm going to sign off for the evening. Really appreciate it. My name is David Gonzalez. I've been covering launches and space-related events for over 10 years. Happy to share some of my knowledge about this situation with y'all. And until next time, we will post any updates on this stream. And if some news comes up, I might pop back on and give any future information. But at this point, it seems to have come down the Indian Ocean. So have a good night or good morning, depending on where in the world you are. Cheers. So I wanted to do a minute to give a quick update here. There was a recent news release that just came out from U.S. Space Command that basically says the Chinese Long March 5B re-enters over the Arabian Peninsula. This is from the U.S. Space Command Public Affairs Office. Here's Air Force Base, Colorado. U.S. Space Command can confirm the Chinese Long March 5B re-entered over the Arabian Peninsula at approximately 10:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time on May 8th. It is unknown if the debris impacted land or water. U.S. Space Command does not conduct All right, wanted to take a moment to give an update here. This came in a tweet originally and is actually a news release from the spacecom.mil website. The Chinese launch a Long March 5B re-enters over the Arabian Peninsula, and this is from the U.S. Space Command Public Affairs Office. It says Peterson Air Force Base, Colorado. U.S. Space Command can confirm that the Chinese Long March 5B re-entered over the Arabian Peninsula at approximately 10:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time on May 8th. It is unknown if this debris impacted land or water. U.S. Spacecom does not conduct direct notifications to individual governments. The exact location of the impact and the span of the debris, both of which are unknown at this time, will not be released by U.S. Space Command. So just a little context for this whole news release. We know from that time and the ground track that this likely was either right at the coast or, entering the Indian Ocean. We don't know the exact location of splashdown, and it looks like U.S. Space Command does not want to reveal that or, doesn't want to release that information. But, that pretty much settles it, that the landing of the debris was most likely in Indian Ocean. And it also adds authenticity that the video from Oman was genuine. So I would like to thank everyone here for joining us here at Infinite Space. We'll continue to keep the stream going for a little while longer, but we do have confirmation that the Long March 5B rocket, center core basically has landed. good evening, folks. I wanted to give one final update here with the latest information that we have. So, the 18th SPCS confirms that CZ-5B, which was the Long March 5B rocket, it was the NORAD object 48275, re-entered the atmosphere at 9 May at 2:14 Zulu and fell into the Indian Ocean north of the Maldives at latitude 22.2, longitude 50. That's all we have on this reentry. I'd like to thank everyone for the wild ride and everything that's going on. A little bit of further information is that this was actually the fourth largest uncontrolled reentry in history. So certainly was a big reentry event. But we now have official confirmation from the 18th Space Control Squadron, which detects, tracks, and identifies all artificial objects in Earth orbit, that the reentry did occur there. The final actual coordinates that the TIP gave actually if you plot those coordinates, they actually go to Saudi Arabia, and apparently that is the last place where the the radar system actually recorded it. And then, of course, we have the video from Oman showing, basically the object glowing with plasma trails just beginning to start. So clearly, object went in somewhere into the Indian Ocean, and that's what we've got. So I'd like to thank everybody who's followed us here on Infinite Space and through this drama that has taken place this evening. Join us for future launches and space-related events, landings, all that sort of exciting stuff. And have a good night or good morning, depending on where you are on this planet Earth. But rest well. The object is down. So good evening.